All right, so we're gonna try and stick it out.
We are good to go for right now.
I
I'm
should
hype.
probably not open whispers anymore. Oops.
Uh, I'm gonna mute my Discord.
Mm. Like the notifications.
Yeah, I'm putting on streaming mode. So it's not making too much noise. You know, fun fact. I actually built my computer.
That is a fun fact.
Yeah, actually. Me and a good friend of mine. I had always wanted to. Always wanted a Windows computer because so for a long time I had Mac for a long time, and
Yikes.
and they showed me the way. Let's just call it that. They showed me the light, and so eventually I was just like, you know what? I'm just gonna build my own. And so eventually I was able to come up with the funds and able to do it.
Nice. I want to build a new PC or buy a new PC. Actually, right now you're kind of better off buying one just because the video card prices are through the roof if you don't buy pre-built.
Facts. It's ridiculous right now. Shotcast. Okay, I like that. Just just going to social medias and telling people that we're live.
See, I should do that.
Honestly, I haven't even been doing that, and we've been like getting people to know that we're live. So I've just been happy. But we should actually start. Well, I'm gonna start promoting it a lot more. Unhinged has been reminding me, so I should do it.
Yeah, I should do it too. All right. Uh, Little emoji things like the ever since I started putting the check marks, I've been getting a lot more impressions and interactions on the tournament thing.
Mmm. Okay, people don't usually post in that one, so I won't.
All right. I am done with that.
Okay, I'll let that go.
All right. I think I'm set. I think I'm kind of good to go. 5 minutes early. Pog.
I know, 5 minutes early. Like, when am I ever early, bro? 8:30 is the time.
It honestly, 8:30 works a lot better for me, especially on Wednesdays. Um, but I'm fine making this an 8:30 thing if you'd prefer.
Yeah, nah. I think 8:30 works picture perfect for me. Actually, I know we'll be here for late because those 30 minutes do add up.
It does. It does. I'm gonna take that elbow. It's all right.
I appreciate it, though. I mean, if I could,
Catch me sleeping in the finals. Yeah.
I mean, here's the problem, right? Is that next week my freaking schedule is about to change back to 9:30. That I'm gonna start work, so I might be able to do it early again. That's the issue. wonder. Okay, no, he doesn't. I was wondering if Swim had a stream, like a channel we could post our streams in, but he doesn't. Okay, I think I'm good too.
All right. If you want to roll the bracket.
Yeah, I'll do it. Don't worry about it.
Hog.
Cause I got some. I'm he.
And we're gonna let them all in, right?
Yeah, no, we're letting them all in.
Oh, this special 43 entrant Mystic Shot Podcast Weekly. It's gonna be a good time.
Yo, you got your monster in the hand, fam?
No, so should I preemptively drink a monster and then maybe have a really bad night if I don't get tired or wouldn't have gotten tired? Or do I assume that I'm gonna get tired and just preempt it?
I think you assume. I mean, have you had a long day?
Yeah, but I had a monster at like 3. No, it was like probably 4:30. I shouldn't have 2 in one day. That's too much.
Yeah. Wait, you had one earlier?
Yeah, I had one.
Yikes.
So I have like about an hour long commute, and inevitably halfway home for my commute, I'm just like trying to drive my car, just like eyes basically shut, nearly sleeping while driving, and that's not exactly safe.
Yeah.
So I usually like stop halfway home. I buy like a monster and like a snack, and then I regret spending so much money on monsters and snacks. And but then I drive home and I'm not tired. It's tricky.
What did you say, Vanessa?
Pizza's the only thing that you want.
You have anything else? That's the only thing I could think of on top of my head.
Have you made the bracket?
Yeah, I'm about to roll it out right now.
Sick. I just forgot. I probably can't do that.
Oh yeah, I was just about to say that to you. Yeah, I can't do that until we finish. The registration is done.
I think you can close it. Maybe not. I don't know.
Let me see right now.
I don't know. I'm a noob. One day I'll be a pro tourney organizer, but today is not that day. And as long as I have a full-time job, probably won't ever be that day.
Okay.
We're trying the best we can.
This looks so weird. I think I messed it up, but I think it's okay. Because there's a lot of buys.
Yeah, there should be if we have 43.
There's a lot.
Yeah, I don't think you messed it up.
Okay.
That's just how it has to be.
Okay.
All right. Hello, Lemons. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Excited to have you here. Oh, I should probably... Man, I'm an amateur. I forgot to change my Twitch title. Started a half hour late, still not prepared. Yikes. That is me, though. That is very me. That's on brand.
Said it's on
Tournament.
brand.
Broadcast. Mystic Shot. Weekly. 5. Boom. Done. Saved. Title updated. Feeling good.
I like that name. I like, you know what? I like those brackets. I think I'm gonna use that.
I copied it from someone else. Anyway, games are probably starting soon,
good.
right?
You want a bacon mania?
Is the bracket live? Bracket is live.
Bracket is live.
Let's see. Who are we gonna catch first?
Oh, we got Fanny versus Unhinged.
We do kind of have a tradition of starting with unhinged.
Oh, we got Roji versus Icelot?
In round one.
Damn, Roji really didn't
I'm,
get a buy. Yo, that's crazy.
he never gets the buy.
Yo,
He,
Sephiroth got a buy. Oh my
all right,
god.
I'll go ahead and I'll spectate Roji whenever his games start. Um,
Oh.
it's been a while since we've gotten to cast one of his games.
True. Let me see if I have
Um,
ice.
I'm gonna make an announcement in the bracket to add. No one listens to these announcements. Please add Xdoina TTV for spectating. Also, please enable spectating in these. Sure.
Oh, oops, spelled that wrong.
So, what decks do you think are going to kind of dominate the brackets today?
I mean, we were talking about it earlier, right? GP Sedge is a menace to society, apparently.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think Plunder is going to be all over the place tonight. Um, I think Draven Scion will still be all over the place.
I think Bando is also a deck that people will play
Bando
as well.
tree?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm wondering where if people are gonna bring any Jace decks, right? It's hard to go a few games on the ladder without running Jace,
True.
but Jace feels a little like Hopium to me, rather than like a competitive tournament deck. And they're playing for money here, so you'd think that they would bring the decks that they think are the best, and not the decks that they want to play.
True. I don't know. I think. I mean, I don't know. I've heard a whole bunch of people talk about Jace, right? I've heard people talk about how Jace is like basically kind of like Vi, where you can use him as a kill spell. I've also heard people say Jace is for his flip, so I'm not really sure about Jace, right? I mean, he has a place, but like I'm not really sure. Like I think he's good. But I don't think he's like super duper like high tier. So I probably wouldn't bring a Jace deck to a tournament. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I think Jace himself, he's a 4-mana 4/4 with either quick attack or challenger. It's kind of nice. Doesn't quite have the hitting power that Vi does. Vi often being like a 7/4, but for 5 mana instead. But he also has this like alternate win condition attached to him.
Exactly.
So I think it's kind of in this awkward position right now, and people are building around this win condition, as well as just Heimerdinger, and trying to see if they can generate enough value that way. And I think right now it's probably a solid like tier 2 deck. It seems like maybe the lower end of tier 2 though. It'll be interesting to see where it comes and goes over the next few days.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think it's like at most like a high tier 2 deck. But you know what card that I've been staring at and being like, yo, I think this card is like way better than people giving it credit for.
What's up?
It's that hold on, let me look it up right now because I forgot the name of it. But it's that 3-mana tech card that buffs. It has quick attack.
That card's busted.
Yeah,
That card's insane.
I'm pretty sure that card is like really good. Like actually, like really. Yeah, Hex Tech Handler. Like this card is freaking amazing. Like honestly, especially when you combined it with not even Heimerdinger. Honestly, I think Heimerdinger is really copium. I think when you combine it with Production Surge, bruh.
Yeah, that card's just kind of insane. Like, it's oftentimes like what 4-mana 4/3.
Yeah, and then when you play multiple of them, then it just becomes ridiculous, right?
Yeah, and it makes all of them everywhere gain +1/+1. It's not an aura. It's not on summon. You just play the card and it gets the effect. It's really good. It's like really strong. It's one of those like card carrying archetypes. When I first read it and when we were talking on the podcast last week with the Zinky, I was like, I mean, seems like a decent card until I realized it buffs itself.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh, it alone is a threat.
You want stuff, Crush?
And when you get the effect, it's quite good. quite good.
Yeah, that's what I was saying too. I'm like, this card is okay. But then when I saw that it buffs itself, and then also every single time you play another one, it buffs that one, and it's like, wait, hold on. It's like, wait, hold on, wait a minute. This is pretty good.
All right. It looks like Grandpa Roji is now in game, so I'm available to spectate him.
Okay.
Let's change my scenes.
Let me see if Ice added me. Yes, he did. Okay. So I'm gonna go into spectate. So let's change scenes here. Got Roji. We got Roji.
Right now we have Plunder for Ice Slot versus Grandpa Roji's Zed Poppy. Now, Zed Poppy is one of the decks that are relatively favorable into Plunder. However, looking at the hand of Grandpa Roji, he's bricked. He's drawn 2 poppies and spells. Not exactly where he wants to be.
Oh man, yeah, I see the brick. Oh boy.
With this being said,
Yeah, you don't want to cross me.
I need to fix
Ready, Hammer?
a hand. Sorry about that, chat. With that being said, he does have Ghost and a few rallies in hand, so he might just be able to cheese out a win.
Sure you want to do this?
Instead he's going to block. He has a second Poppy, so that makes perfect sense, not taking damage. If Sejuani doesn't come down next turn, does he have lethal? He has 4, 5, 6, 7 damage on the first attack.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah,
just got a sharp side from him.
Oh no! I can feel the rage coming out from Roji. That sharp sight steal and hitting the elusive on the Mirai Warden is going to prevent that as well.
Oh wow, yeah, you're right. And he hit the freaking dancing droplet off the Mirai. Wow, what a draw.
Come on, Rip.
Yeah, quite frankly, those 2 hits saved Ice Slot here. I think Roji would have actually had lethal had this not happened. It'll be interesting. I don't think he will. Oh, I was just gonna say it'll be interesting if he uses his sharp sight here and blocks.
Oh, he did.
This might be devastating. We'll have to. I'm not gonna calculate all the way down, but sharp sight now can come out in response for Roji. And then he still has the mana to rally again, and he pushes 6 damage here, 10 damage, plus 3 is 13. He's off by 1. I think. It's either exact or off by 1.
He said he's off by 1? Wow.
Right, so he's pushing 6, he gets him down to 14. When he attacks next time, Poppy is going to have 7, 8. No, this is lethal. Because Poppy, when Poppy attacks, she's going to have 7 plus 8 plus 9.
Oh yeah, that's exactly lethal.
And the Young Witch has 5.
Yeah. No, yeah, you're right.
This is going to be exactly lethal.
Yeah, wow.
Oh.
Wait, I see what most... Isn't that a misplay?
Alright, Roji kind of hinted. If that got make it rained, it got really bad. It's only a misplay in this exact instance from Ice Slot. It's only a misplay if Roji could buff and save the Young Witch and trade and rally on the same turn. So I think it had to be exactly a sharp sight plus a relentless pursuit.
Yeah.
For Ice Slot to lose there. So both players kind of high rolling each other a little bit. Roji had a terrible starting hand. I was able to cheese it out with Ghost. From talking with him in the past, I know he's very into Ghost. He thinks it's very, very good in the deck. And you can see it just there, just stole a win, even when the opponent had 2 cards that he had to hit from RNG to kind of prevent it from happening easily.
Wow. What a game, actually. Oh, is Roji a gamer today? Is this the Roji gamer day?
Yeah, I mean, right now, so far so good for Grandpa Roji. So now we are in the Plunder versus Lurk matchup from Roji's perspective. In this matchup, I believe this is typically Plunder favored, and they can kind of match the width of Lurk, as well as when they play their removal spells. So things like Parlay, which Roji has 2 of, Make It Rain, all these things can kind of gain value. Also, actually, I can't remember. When you nab, easy parlay here.
In range.
When you nab, I'm like 90% sure it gets the buff from the Lurk. So there's a chance that in the mid game, Roji's just going to steal like a 7-6 overwhelm, which could be quite punishing. Instead, he hits the predict. You know, honestly, not terrible playing it for 1 mana. He's probably going to put another Crackshot Corsair on the top. I have to assume he's not going to want a Dreadway deckhand or a Field of Rush. Reason being that if the game's going that long, he might have just lost anyway. So I'm expecting Crackshot Corsair to take from this point. He is thinking about it.
So what's the choices here?
The Dreadway, Crackshot Corsair, and Field of Rush.
Oh, what he ended up... You know what he ended up taking? Or I guess you're about to find out right now. Oh,
Yeah, he went with the Crackshot Corsair. Okay. Makes sense. It makes it easier to proc Plunder, especially in the event that his first one gets vulnerable.
Safety will cost you.
So here's what I was saying. He just nabbed Xerxoreth, the Under Titan. It's a 4/6 overwhelm unit. Not as big as you would hope it to be if you're like playing Lurk, but as a 4-mana card in a Plunder deck, it seems kind of decent. And these parlays are just getting infinite value here. Roji has a Warning Shot in hand, and I saw this Warning Shot, though, is likely going to be relegated to Sejuani activation duty. If Sejuani does come down, Roji's going to make sure that he can freeze whenever he wants. Right? That'll be the purpose for keeping this Warning Shot in hand.
Let's get him, crew.
Don't touch it.
So Sejuani is leveled here. Sejuani and Gangplank are both leveled. So this
Yeah,
is
both of them.
Bleak, right?
Yeah, this is looking pretty much as bad as it gets for Icebot. Sejuani come down, leveled, gonna certainly prevent Rek'Sai from leveling up. And this Warning Shot is also in the hand whenever Roji feels the need to play it.
He does have Pike action here.
He could play Pike, but it's not the Pike spell. If he had the Pike spell, then maybe he could do something. But with only the Pike champion, that could just get frozen and killed at any point in time, or whenever he attacks.
True.
Especially because you can see the warning shot in the hand. So it looks like this makes sense. He's putting it back in the hand, so this way when he attacks, he's gonna get +3. Because we saw that he put a Rek'Sai. Oh, he didn't put a Rek'Sai on top, he put Pyke on top. He'll get +2. And be able to lurk or activate Pyke spell next turn.
Mm-hmm. So I like to just swing with Rek'Sai. If we swing with our whole board here, we pretty much end. Like, actually, we just lose. Yeah. Nobody's probably trying to play around Pyke spell for the following turn.
So Lurk is now at +5. So that means Pyke has 7 attack. So this would kill the Sejuani, but he does have Fury of the North to allow it to survive. And right now, this is showing lethal damage. And GG, Rosie takes it kind of a quick series 2-0.
Wow, Rosie, what I'm talking about. Coming in hot.
Keeps getting longer.
Alright. So I'm trying to find another that's currently on.
Okay. Did Hinge's game finish?
He's showing as away for me. Do I have Izzy owned added? Or I've Eluard added. Is he in the tournament? I think he is.
Yeah, I have Izzy added.
Who's Eluard playing? Guts.
Let me see.
Alright, he's playing against TOF Nos. Do you want to hop in that game?
TOF Nas. Let me see.
They're in the round 2 portion.
Oh, I did not even see that one. Yeah, which one? Wait, which one do you have added?
I have Eluard added.
Okay. Add TOF.
So coming in at the moment, we have Poppy Scouts against Thralls. Traditionally a very difficult deck for the Thrall, or difficult matchup for the Thralls player to win. Usually, if people are attacking more than once per turn, Thralls is going to have a difficult time playing against it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I have to clear some people off my list because I have too many people.
Too popular, man. Too popular.
Nah, it's from the league. It's from the league days.
So, at this exact present moment in time, Eluard is not dead, and he has 2 HP. And he... Big issue, though, is that he might just be dead, because he's at 2 HP. He's now popped out a Thrall, and is going to swing with some big units. Nos does have to block. He decides to only block 1. 8 damage going through, 6 HP to 2 HP. But there's a very, very wide board for Nos. And right now, Eluard does not have anything at all to deal with it. Even a top deck of Twin Disciplines would not, or not Twin, Ice Shard, would not be enough. And right now, it looks like Nas is going to take this one. It looks like that was just game 1, based off timer. It was 35 minutes. So, Eluard does fall to TOF Nas in that one. But they should be back for game 2 in just one moment.
So what was that? It was Thralls versus Scouts, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Scouts won it, right?
Yes. And now it looks like a Thralls mirror matchup.
Match. I kind of knows about this. I was watching his stream the other day, and he had a mirror match versus maybe next time. It was too funny.
On what deck? Was it Thralls?
Yeah, it was Thralls too.
Oh wow. So mirror matches in Legends of Runeterra are terrible. They're straight up not a good time. It's really just going to come down to like who can turbo their Thralls the fastest. Looks like both players are just mirroring each other now. The good news for Eluard is that when I take a peek in Eluard's hand, I see a promising future. All right.
Oh.
And this promising feature that just got played out now effectively doubles the Thrall output for
Nas does not have that. Nas does not have that. He does have double Talia though.
Oh, he does have Talia. I hate to tell you though that I'm 99% Eluard just predicted Talia, and he did. So he's going to have quad Thralls coming out on turn 4, assuming no funny business comes out.
Come on, there's so much to see.
Or when it counts.
You are right. He's got the biz.
And not only that, but he can advance them by 2 rounds now, which means that next turn 2 of them should pop.
Flipping the sun.
He also has an option for another Talia if he wants it. He could try and int his Talia. Which, based off this play here, based off of him attacking with this Talia, I'm thinking that he was wanting to kill off his Talia. So he could then copy again the second promising featured landmark. He might even decide to play the Blighted Ravine. The Blighted Ravine guarantees the kill on his own Talia, and that's what he's choosing to do.
That's a lot of Thralls. That's all I'm gonna say. It is not. That is too thick. The board literally cannot hold that much Thrall.
Now his mission is going to be, I need to kill my own Lysandra because I have more Thralls that are coming out. So if Nas attacks, if he's able to pop a Thrall here, which I don't see anything in his hand that makes me think he could.
If I stumble, I have the earth to catch me.
So there's a chance that Eluard next turn just throws his first 2 Thralls away, trades them into the other 2 Thralls, because he knows he's just gonna have 2 more coming out. Actually, he's gonna have 4 more coming out on the following turn, so he can just kind of rip it. These first 2 Thralls actually don't mean anything.
I mean, that's what I would do. I would just literally end my Thralls in.
I think he's just going to int everything. He might attack with Lysandra, the Thralls, the Talia. He can attack with literally everything and try and push as much damage as possible. I don't mind keeping your Lysandra because In the mirror, it's weird. I was gonna say because it pushes more damage, but the Nos has a tough nexus, and it also makes his thralls take more damage, which makes the Nos's thralls take more damage, so or deal more damage as well in the following turn. So it's kind of like this really awkward position.
Feel the power of true ice.
Watcher is kind of in play in this because Eduard has been able to copy so many thralls. We should see the Watcher be cost reduced.
I think maybe.
Together, we
You
are
think maybe he
stronger
was supposed to
than
just straight up go for lethal there? Because like I could see a way for Nas to like dig his way back. Like it's not over. Cause he can heal and he can just continue to just clear the board kind of. What do you think, Doey? I mean this mirror match is really weird, right?
I'm thinking it's kind of doomed for like the Watcher comes out, right? And after the Watcher comes out, that just puts a timer. But even if the Watcher doesn't ever come out,
Yeah, that's a lot of throw.
dude, that's 5 thralls. Like, I don't know how Nos was ever gonna break through that.
All will kneel in time.
Yeah, I guess for your sanity, you just go for you just go next. It was gonna take him a while, but I think he could have done it. Honestly, with all the stuff in his hand, I think he could have
I
done
don't
it.
think he could have. I think he was dead.
He probably was dead. He probably was dead.
Do you know how to download the deck lists?
How to download the deck list?
Yeah, like the registration info from the
yes.
thing.
I know how to put it onto a spreadsheet. You want it?
Yeah, can you just tell me how?
One sec. I gotta do it myself. So when you go to the setup, you go to participants, and then you go to export info.
My internet, it's starting to be not happy with me.
Oh no.
Participants. Where's setup?
Oh, you see where it
Where
says,
do I
you see where it says manage?
Oh yeah.
You click on participants, and then you click on export data. I mean, export info. And that should give it to you. It should say export participants, SCV, and you click download.
Got it.
Oh. You can only report for his game? Alright, let me fix that.
Found out how to get the deck list for the players pretty quickly after you told me that. Thank you, Edward. He's fixing it now. Matthews or Matthias, there are the decks. Here, I think I can fix it. I figured it out. Best of 3. 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 Best of 3.
Oh, are you able to do it?
Yeah, I fixed it. Alright. It should be fixed now. Thank you, Edward.
Because I was like, I forgot where that was.
It should be fixed.
Yeah, you fixed it.
Alright, thank you, Edward. I turned him up as well. Oh, now I need to make a command for the deck lists.
Wait for Nas? That was the last game?
Was it really?
I guess so.
Then they speed ran game 1. Yes. Response. Alright. Then in that case, man, my APM is not high enough to do this. All right, looks like Unhinged won.
I saw.
He defeated Finney. We have Italian X defeated Renato Jimmy. Black Sparrow defeated the Bye. Izzy Owned won their first game. Byung won their first game. Let's see if we can catch back up with. I have them both added. Do you have Gailey and Grandpa Roji added? I have Gailey added if you don't, so I can spectate Gailey.
I have Gailey. I actually don't have Grandpa Roji. How can I have him added? Yeah, I don't have Grandpa Roji. So yeah, you spectate Grandpa Roji.
Do that. All right, coming in mid-series here, we have Zed Poppy against Bandletree. Oh no, this isn't Bandletree. This is
This looks like Ziggs
Poppy.
Yeah, Ziggs Poppy. Yeah.
Would you like magic?
Versus this is what's this? Zed Poppy. I mean, yeah,
Right.
Zed Poppy. Rally Pack.
If Roji's ever able to attack again, he's in a pretty good position. But this is simply 11 damage coming down. And we do see a Pokey Stick in the hand of Gailey. Hate to just see the end game. But unless a Nopify is drawn for Grandpa Roji, I'm not sure if it's even possible for him to work himself out of this one.
I mean, here he's just dead here, right?
Oh, that's 12. 7 plus 4. Oh, I forgot the plus 1. Yeah, he's totally dead.
I'm like, that's just death, right?
Yeah, that's actually dead. I should just check the eye next time.
I looked at the eye twice, like, wait, isn't that dead?
Alright. Man, that was a quick one.
Yeah, we literally caught the tail end of it.
Alright, looks like that was only game 1 though, so we should be getting into game 2 here in just a moment.
No, I think that was it. That was it. I just pulled up Roji's stream. Damn.
A Scissor Stone Pin challenge.
Oh my god.
Is my thing bugged?
Yeah, I think it's bugged, bro. I just pulled up his stream. Damn.
All right, man. We're having trouble finding games tonight. That is fine. So now, let's see, who can we find now? I mean, I guess we could just go into Unhinged game. He's still on.
Oh, who's on Hinge fighting? What,
He's showing his
Wizard
away
Time?
for me. Is he showing his away for you?
Yes, he's away.
Alright, so they're not in game yet. Do I still have Italian X added? I have Italian X added, so I'll spectate him.
Okay, that's by
White.
Okay. So I'm gonna add Wizard of Time, so just in case that happens, then we can go into that.
So Italian X is playing the Elise Jace PNZ Shadow Isles control. So we do see a Jace deck out here. And he's playing against By White's Sejuani Gangplank. I'm going to be completely honest and say that I actually have no idea. I should need to move our cameras. Not block this. I actually have no idea who's supposed to win this. I'm going to assume that Plunder is favored, right? But that's merely an assumption. And that assumption is based off the fact that Plunder seems to be favored into everything right now. And if Italian X can't answer GP or Sejuani after they have leveled, they end games, right? And they come down early. They come down on turn 6 or turn 7. In this case, turn 8. And GP alone here is threatening to mostly wipe the board. Only this Buru Sentinel will even live through the GP spell.
Going up by way right now.
Who created this tourney? This tourney was created by this guy right there, We the Peoples.
Yes, sir.
And it's put on by he and I every single week. 8:30 Eastern time every week.
Yeah, we're gonna be pushing back the time. We started it to be at 8 o'clock, but then I get out of work at literally 7:30, so we need at least an hour for production. Let's be honest. So, pushed it to 8:30. 8:30 every night Eastern Standard Time.
Every Tuesday night.
Yes, sir. Every Tuesday.
So right now, we have this kind of typical world in which, sorry, I've never seen this deck be played. I'm gonna be completely honest. Doubling up the production surge is pretty sick, but the Plunder deck has an equally wide board right now, which means they can at least block this down. They're not going to have too many favorable trades, but we do see Feel the Rush in the hand of FNX by White. So if he's able to survive through this initial onslaught, he has game-ending power available to him next turn.
I mean, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I think it's just kind of fine for Bywhite. This Feel the Rush is looking to be quite devastating here. He can play the Shock Blast, but even that does not kill the unit. But wait, can he kill
Fight
face?
for your lives.
No, it's only he's up 13 HP, so he can't full face either. A Vile Feast on the barrel looks quite likely. Which means GP spell will only deal 1 damage instead of 2. This is still a minimum of 7 overwhelm damage dealt by even one of these champions. And that's it. Byway able to sneak on through. That Feel the Rush brought the game-ending power to what almost looked like a doomed matchup, but the Feel the Rush able to pull back into his favor. Right, they're still shown as in-game for me, so I'm going to assume it's not lying to me.
Yeah, no, they're still in game.
Cool.
It's Thralls versus the Jace deck we just saw. The Jace Elise deck. I was thinking about giving this deck a try on ladder.
Yeah, it might be okay. Like the Boo or the Shadow Isles Fearsomes have kind of come into their own over the last month and a half or so. And maybe this Jace control deck has enough leg to it. Now, I'm anticipating it being relatively weak to Thralls because it shouldn't have an easy way to proc the effects of the Demacian Sentinel. I think they actually changed the name. I don't think it's Demacian Sentinel anymore. The 1/2 Fearsome and the Buru Sentinel. And without easy ways to enable those, it becomes a little bit difficult for this deck to put on the kind of early to mid game pressure that I think it needs to beat for Thralls.
Huh. I smell job.
Yo, thank you for the follow, Yoda. What's going on? How you feeling today? Okay. So you think Thralls is favored there? That's basically what you're saying.
Yeah, that's my assumption. I could totally be wrong.
Nah, I kind of feel you on that because like first of all, they have a lot of board. Like Thralls has a lot of board clear to stop a lot of the units that are coming down, and then also once the Thralls come out, like what does this deck do? Like that's the issue.
I think it's supposed to have quite a bit of mid-game pressure with the Fearsomes into a burn finish.
I mean, Bywhite's gonna bring out the Thralls right here. So,
But I don't think it lines up favorably into Thralls. I don't think they're able to like get through in the way they want, and I think that's mostly because they can't. Well, A, they really didn't draw them, but B, they can't really activate the Fearsome to get the enough early game pressure. And right here we see 8/5s. Not even this Thermo Beam is enough to take it out now. Fortunately for Italian X, he does have a Ruination in hand, and this Ruination might be good enough on a big kind of Thrall popping turn. Big issue though is that if they pop out on the attack token of Bywhite, he can't play Ruination without simply. No, it's just impossible. He can't play Ruination because then Bywhite just open attacks and doesn't have to worry about it. All right, so he's gonna play the Ruination now. which is going to kind of clear the board for now. He has to feel pretty good about it. But should these thralls pop at any point in the near future, that's probably just going to be it. So the onus now is on Italianex to kind of redevelop or reflood his board by using things like Jace and production to then overwhelm with the width of board the thralls, right? So he's trying to go around the thralls instead of through them. Big production surge being threatened here by Italianex. This will, in almost all cases, fill the board for Italianex, right? He's going to cast the 10 mana production surge I'm anticipating. Oh, instead, he's trying to do something. I do not like that Mystic shot.
Interesting use of tech.
I definitely think I was trying to get him to tap down. Oh my. This is the fattest avalanche I think I've ever seen in my entire life. Avalanche plus Ice Shard clears the entirety of the board. And now he can play Imagine Possibilities. Choose what he wants to... Oh, okay. That's fair.
Come on, there's so much to see.
So, Thralls are turning up in a big way already. We've seen quite a few people bring Thralls. I guess it's safe to say they're just kind of back.
No, yeah. Thralls are definitely here to stay. Like, this deck is so crazy. And it's mid game. If you can pop those Thralls on like turn like 6 or 7, like sometimes you could just end the game.
So Albus Pharos here is about to deal I think it's going to update to 6 damage on the attack. Unfortunately, it's just going to simply get obliterated here. So this means that the kind of the burn win con that Italianex was starting to go for has been all but negated. But the production surge, it hits the T-Hex. Oftentimes not what you want to hit because it means you can't go wide. But right now, it's looking pretty good. We see right here, the 2 Thralls get popped out. Talia's going to level up, but we do have the width that I was talking about earlier, that Italianex can try to attack from the wide angle rather than trying to just meet the 8/8s in a one-on-one kind of fight.
Powering up.
Wait, so he decides to trade the T-Hex? That's surprising. I mean, I guess he just wants to make sure that it gets traded and not unfavorably. Like, he's able to just kill it for free.
Yeah, and he also has a gigantic board already.
Yeah, please. Wait, so is he dead? Oh no, he's alive.
Not yet. He's alive for now. A big issue for Italianex is going to be the promising future and Italy. And we're gonna see the same thing we saw
Interesting
a
use
few
of
moments
tech.
ago. Oh no!
Oh, he's just dead.
This is threatening lethal. That's the game. I was thinking about the next turn down the line. I forgot that he just has that shock blast in hand. Grace is gonna duplicate it and end the game just like that.
He got to 6. That's crazy. That was so
the
close.
The J stack pulls it out. I'm not sure if they're going to another game or not. I'm gonna have to check the friends list.
I think that was it. Because I think Italian X won the first one.
Yep, that looks like that is it. So I'm refreshing the bracket here. Now we're starting to see kind of what the end game of this tournament's going to be looking like. We have Izioned over Mr. Kaib and XXX Oni Chan XXX defeated Hazer Guy. Master Dorn defeated someone whose name I can't pronounce. We still Aikado defeated Oluoko.
Oh,
Let's see if Cephalopod and Wasaruso are in game.
yeah, I was just about to say that. Because then whoever wins that faces Aikado.
Yeah, so I'm going to try and add Cephalopod. Unless you have him added already.
Let me check. Yes, I have Cephalopod added, but he's away right now.
He's away. I'm going to try and add Wasaruso. Well, let's kind of BM if he like just lost.
I just updated the bracket. I didn't see anything.
I didn't either. Unhinged is still showing his way for me.
And Wizard of Time is in a ranked game. Let me check.
Yeah,
on
maybe
that.
they just finished their series already and didn't report it. I'm going to spectate AJ. AJ is currently against NNT Byung.
All right, let me see. Thank you.
So we have AJ against NNT Byung here. AJ on the Sivir Demacia. All right, so Sivir Demacia still here. But we also have Byung on Plunder. Now, the Sivir Action Demacia list is much better into Plunder than the Sivir Action Ionia. The Sivir Action Ionia list is kind of what brought Plunder back. There's people trying to beat the Ionia version. The Action version is a lot better if the Demacia list can clear Sejuani at least one time. Or if Sejuani's not drawn. If either of those two conditions are met, you'll oftentimes find the Action Sivir player winning, even though it might seem unfavored. And the tools are available for the Sivir Actionist to clear it. There's concerted strikes or single combats. You can make it vulnerable and pump a unit, right? If you can deal with Sejuani, you could probably win the game. If you can't, you're probably going to lose.
Yeah, that concerted in this matchup was definitely a win. It's definitely like a deciding card. Because the concerted goes through most times.
Yeah, I'm ready.
One is just dead.
Right, exactly.
Honor is the rest on a dull
We finally get the action down on turn 5. Not really what you would prefer. Oftentimes the Sivir action player might find themselves running out of steam if they don't find action early enough.
Oh, Beyond just stole a free double concerted, by the
Gonna
way.
make a meal of
Out of 2 concerted strikes and they had Beyond, all of a sudden this gets very scary. Now they're not very good against Sivir unless you pop Sivir's spell shield with something like a Make It Rain. But in the event that that doesn't happen, the concerted strikes don't look very good. They usually kill things like an action or a Screeching Dragon. So it's not as good as it might seem. Perhaps the best part of it is that it takes them out of the hand of AJ.
Literally. Honestly, that's like the best part. So I like this. I kind of like this concerted here, only because it's weakening AJ's board, right? Like it's stopping him from like being able to kill off his Crackshot Corsair. So I kind of like this concerted. I feel like it is an end game tool, but I kind of like it here because he has a second one. Like he got lucky enough to get a second one. So.
And he plays around Sharp Sight pretty well here. And the only thing that the action player might do is single combat. And if he single combats, he gets the extra strike in, maybe he kills that Quixer anyway, but opts not to. He's going to hold the single combat in hand, perhaps to hit a Gangplank.
Maybe it could be useful down the line, right? Because we do see that Screeching Dragon in hand. So here we just see a pass, and beyond top decks, a freaking monster harpoon.
aim.
Yeah, and perhaps more importantly than the top deck, this open attack is pushing 5-6 damage right now, and forcing Sivir into a block, which they never want to be doing. Not only is it pushing 6 damage, but Young can also kind of redevelop a pretty wide board. He could play out the second Crackshot Corsair, he could play out Gangplank, he could play out the Jagged Butcher if he wants, or he has so many options available to him, and certainly more options than AJ currently has.
That's very true. I see him going Jagged Butcher into Fortune Croaker. Or he could just make me a liar and go for this Monster Harpoon.
Monster Harpoon is looking pretty good here. I'd be shocked if AJ doesn't play concerted or play the single combat now. Because if he plays single combat, he progresses Sivir by 5, and he could give Sivir a buff. He might think he's all in on probably next turn with the Golden Aegis and Screeching Dragon combo, trying to win the game kind of outright route there. So it'll be interesting to see if he wants to take that line. Instead, he's saving the Bruiser with a Sharp Sight.
I don't know if that's worth.
The only thing I don't like about that is that taking this line, you are not going to win the game on your next attack token. And if you're not going to win the game on your next attack token, I'm not sure how you win at all, because we know that there's this pending threat, Sejuani and Gangplank.
Yep. I mean, and then also Beyond literally just top deck Sejuani. So this is just a really hard game now, right? Like, he's gonna play Sejuani here, and he has the double warning shot to just relax on now, right? Like, how does Beyond really win? I mean, how does AJ really win?
I think the answer is he doesn't.
Wait, Beyond doesn't play Sejuani? Wait, why did he not play Sejuani?
I think he has a reason to play Sejuani just. Yeah, although he doesn't really have a reason to play Sejuani either.
Business as usual.
Let's see. I'm trying to think. Could it get single combat? It can't. He has the 2 warning shots in hand, so it's perfect protection for it.
Yeah.
It could be because he wants to play Gangplank next turn. Or wants to play Gangplank and then open. Because that's probably lethal. Yeah, it's because he's going to play Gangplank and then open attack next turn. I think. He could make a liar out of me, though.
I mean, he's going for this concerted here, so he's most definitely not playing Gangplank. Now, the reason why I don't like this, right? Well, actually, nah, it's fine. Because I was going to say he could have that spell that gives Sivir Overwhelm, but she's not leveled yet. So, it's all good. It's all good for now.
Yep. This also denies the keyword from the Bruiser because he won't be able to strike unless he's going to play out single.
Mm-hmm. True. So I think AJ is just thinking if he wants to single combat or not, which it looks like he is. So how do you like that single combat?
Single combat. Unfortunately, like we know that it's one of the opponent here, and AJ is just really trying to now find a lethal on next turn. So he's gonna play this keyword onto the Sivir. He's gonna hope he gets overwhelmed. Gets overwhelmed.
Oh wow!
And now he's like, okay, what do I do now? And the answer is going to be he's going to try and rally with Sivir and then do crazy busted things with that. But with Sejuani in the hand of Byung, it becomes very hard, if not impossible, to actually win the game from this position, right? He does not have the tools to deal with Sivir, or to deal with Sejuani, excuse me.
I mean, there was a world where like Byung slams GP and not Sejuani, right? And then he just kills him. He just kills him.
I think even GP would be lethal. Because he plays GP, AJ rallies, and then they just attack. And then I think that's pretty much the end of the game. So we could play second Sivir here, but it's not as good as the first Sivir because this Sivir is not going to have over.
True.
Let's get to it.
And currently has no access to overwhelm either.
Okay, this is GG.
Yep, and AJ does surrender there.
The Witcher's Claw triumphs!
So what do you think? I'm just curious. What do you think Byung was playing around when he didn't play the Sejuani? Because I most likely would have just slammed Sejuani there.
I think he was playing around a third concerted strike plus a pump spell, because Sejuani wasn't actually, so he couldn't just protect her with her own effect. So I think that was what he was doing.
Okay.
So we have.
Wait, give me a second.
We have Azir Aurelia against Action Sivir. Azir Aurelia in 2021 vote. First time I've seen it in quite a while. The actions, or not the Action Sivir, the Azir Aurelia deck slowed down quite a bit between the Dune Keeper nerfs and the nerfs to Azir, the nerfs to Aurelia, the nerfs to Flawless Duet. with all these nerfs, Azir Aurelia certainly isn't as strong as it used to be. And not only that, but Action Sliver wasn't terrible against it to begin with. It has the interaction that it wants to be able to kill Azir and to be able to kill Aurelia and force them into combat in situations that they don't want to be. And the Screenglade duo, it just gets sharp-sighted, sharp-soaked next turn. It gets blocked by the sharp sight unit. So I think it's difficult for Azir Aurelia to win in this matchup, but if they can properly play around and combo out. So right now, they're playing around mana more than anything else. As long as AJ has mana, AJ has answers to the broken Azir Aurelia stuff that Byung will try to do, or Byung will try to do. If AJ doesn't have mana at any point, we can just see the game kind of turn around.
So he's keeping Duel alive here. That's very surprising because a lot of the time when I hear people like Darkodius talk about Duel, they always say that you're supposed to just, most time you're supposed to never use resources to keep Duel alive.
It could be because Byung's hand is pretty terrible at the moment. And he just doesn't have a lot of units. His hand is all spells right now. He's a homecoming 2 Nopifies, so he might feel the need to try to convert his spells into essentially another unit by keeping it alive. But again, like I mentioned before, as long as there's mana available for AJ, he has the tools necessary in his deck to answer all the Azir. And with that being said, he is down to 12 health, so this game is not certainly not over yet. We haven't seen any quick attack units come out for AJ, which is also kind of concerning for the fact that it's harder for him to take kind of awesome trades against these small units like a 2-1.
Honestly, I'm surprised that, of course I don't know the decks, but I'm surprised that if you have a Azir Aurelia in your lineup, that you let Sivir Action ride out, because even when we were talking about before, back then Sivir Action had a pretty good matchup into Azir Aurelia because of cards like Screeching Dragon and also Concerted Strike, Single Combat, and of course freaking what's the name of this card? God damn it, I just forgot. Sharp Sight. This deck had a pretty good matchup into Azir Aurelia, so I'm surprised he let this deck go, to be honest.
Yeah, it basically comes down, I don't know, I'd have to check the master spreadsheet, which I'm not gonna do at the moment, it takes too long, to see what they both brought and decide, the who's gonna ban what game. But right now, Lethal is being presented.
It is. It most definitely is. Basically, Beyond has to, he has the homecoming, the Screeching Dragon here, right?
Yep.
He is forced into display, which obviously doesn't feel good, but you are alive to see another day.
The biggest unfortunate thing for Byung here is the fact that he has no units. His double Nopify, which have bricked, spilled water all over us. But we're fine. The show must go on. He has a double Nopify, which it's good against single combat, it's good against this Cataclysm, but other than that, it's not doing much of anything. And unless he's going to be able to draw within the next turn or so, ways for him to attack multiple times at once and protect his Azir, I don't think it's going to be doing too much, and a single Sparring Student isn't the top deck that he's looking for.
So this, I mean, some people say that Azir Aurelia can come back to his full former power, but I think, I personally think that I think that this deck had its time, right? This deck had its time. It had its time in the spotlight, but now it's time for people to play other decks and get used to other metas. That's how I feel about it. How you feel about feel about this deck, Noe?
I simply don't think it's really a good deck anymore. It might come up here and there as a tournament deck in kind of instances where people forget that it exists.
Yeah.
And then someone might be like, wait, Azir Aurelia is actually like good against the most popular decks. Why isn't it playing it? I could like see that happening in the future. And maybe Byung thought that now was the time. Maybe he thinks it's really good in the Plunder. Maybe he thinks it's really good in Draven's Fight. And if those things are true, then maybe it's a good call as a tournament deck. But as you can see here against Action Sivir, it's not really doing much of anything.
It's not doing enough, to be honest. Like he just doesn't have the tools to be able to get everything off.
Business as usual.
So we see lethal presented and Beyond accepts.
Yep, and based off of the clock there in this game, I'm going to assume that was in 3, and we're going to have AJ advance. AJ's done pretty well. We're going to have Unhinged versus Eluar, or we have... Where's Cephalopod?
Oh yeah, I have Cephalopod here.
Who's he playing against? Do you know?
Let me see.
Is it still Wasaruso for you?
Hold on, I can't see my mouse. Give me a second. Okay, there we go. Yes, it's still Wasaruso.
So I think we have to wait for that game to update for quite a bit. So why don't we hop into Unhinged versus Eluar currently playing?
For me,
They're not.
Unhinged is... Oh, wait.
So is Eluar. All right. How about Gaily and Italianex?
Okay, I have both. Which one you want to go?
Right. I have Italianex.
Okay.
So Italianex is on some new tech. He's on a new, I believe, Skathis invention called Field of Mina. It's a Ionia version of Field of Rush. Evidently, it's designed to beat Plunder and Scion. But it's worse into everything else than Field of Rush is. Gaily brought Ping City. Ping City is notoriously bad against decks that can heal. And as we just see this Catalyst of Aeons get played, Italianex's deck can heal. So you would typically expect Italianex's deck perhaps to be favored if they're able to draw enough sustain and if they're able to clear the board. However, these 3 health units are kind of dodging some of the removal from Italianex. Dr. Chekhov says Skathis updated the list, but let's give some credit to Random 7HS. I didn't know that Random created it. So sure, we'll give credit to Random.
Yeah, no, of course. We'll give some credit to Random. Like Doe said, I have no idea that Random had anything to do with that. I did hear about Skathis though, for sure.
Yeah. I just saw this deck today on Twitter for the first time. I've played 2 games of it. I've lost both games. But in both games, it felt very powerful. So I felt like I was like, oh, it might be good, even though I'm losing.
I mean, we do see a Blighted Rivian in the hand. of Italian X. So I would think that that's probably coming down this turn, right?
He plays Blighted Ravine though. Make It Rain is probably played on top of it, and then he's down to 9. So he's gonna play Make It Rain here. Puts him down to 9. He heals for 2 from the Make It Rain, or for 4 at first, then it goes down to. So he'll be at 11 at the as it. But then the open attack is threatening 3, 4, 5, 6 damage.
So he goes to 5.
I'm not sure if Italian X is on an ice shard. If he is on an ice shard, might develop. Chooses to develop either way. Good call.
Well, I think either way, development there is pretty good, right? Because you're only gonna get more damage on open, and it doesn't look like Italian X is on like board clears, like Avalanche.
I'd have to pull up his list. Yeah, opening there would be to try and play around Avalanche, but it plays into Ice Shard. So I do like the development, especially because you consider the fact that you know that this deck is going to be playing Feel the Rush on turn 9 100% of the time. Because it has a scattered pod, it can always, whenever it wants, draw Feel the Rush.
Mm-hmm. True.
So that flash freeze coming in kind of clutch, but the 2 poison darts are starting to deal a little bit of damage. Getting Italian X down to about 6 HP. It's going to come down to whether or not the last little bit of damage can play through things like Deny. I'd also like to call to your attention in the hand of Gailey, the Aloof Travelers, which is going to yoink that Feel the Rush out of the hand, perhaps buying him a little bit of time, and even dealing 1 damage due to the Puff Cap.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I think that gives Gale a little bit more time, right? To at least have some breathing room to maybe get a good one more good attack in. That's really all he needs to.
Gailey is in a prime position to try and end the game now. We do see in the hand there is a Will of Ionia and there is a Concussive Palm. So Italian X does not have to take any damage on this turn. If he's going to take damage on this turn, it's because he's choosing to take some damage, rather than not having the tools available to him.
I think I would choose to take no damage on this turn.
Yeah, I think I would choose that too. Taking any damage at all when it's 4 and have a few Puff Caps in her deck is not always a fun choice to make. So he's able to survive now, and he holds up Deny mana.
It's a boat.
That is indeed a boat, and it's one scary boat. That boat is fearsome. And fearsome it is, because this is kind of now putting Italian X on a bit of a timer. Any attack with this Dreadway is potentially going to be lethal. If even 1 unit goes unblocked, Italian X is now at the point where he could die to pretty much anything. I really like that Make It Rain. By playing Make It Rain, it means that Italian X was forced to deny it, and then Italian X would lose if, or I'm sorry, Italian X doesn't have enough mana to play Field of Rush this turn because of it.
Oh yeah, that is the game.
Yeah, unless we see like a fast speed ruination, I'm not sure, which can't happen in these colors, especially because Shadow Isles here. But unless we see something crazy happen, I don't think it's even possible at this point. And not only that, Gailey is kind of trolling a bit. He could have just put the parlay on the face, but got to BM a little, I suppose. Dealing 4 damage to the Nexus, and he's gonna take it. So the Pink City deck hit a little bit harder. We'd like to see that Dreadway come down. It was very effective. And they were able to sneak in quite a bit of damage. The Aloof Travelers was an insane pull. Perhaps a game-winning pull.
Yeah, no, that Aloof Travelers most definitely saved the game. Because if Italian X would have been able to play the Field of Rush on schedule, it would have honestly just like completely turned the game. Because look at Gailey. Gailey literally won with 10 health. Like you can't literally call that a stomp. It was a really close game actually.
So, Eluard and Unhinged are in game. I'm spectating Eluard, however, the Unhinged still appeared as a way for me, so I'm not sure what was going on there. Right now, we have Unhinged is playing Lulu Zet, so keep an eye on his decks. He probably has Poppy Ziggs if he's choosing to go with Lulu Zed. And in addition to that, we have Lux Poppy. Now, Lux Poppy is quite possibly pretty vulnerable to the rally decks here, or the kind of aggressive decks. I think you can get under it as long as Radiant Guardian doesn't get an incredible amount of.
Oh, okay. It does that. It does the away thing when you're on mobile. Okay, gotcha.
Oh, interesting.
Oh yeah, butter. Don't live.
So we have. So, Eluard has the Radiant Guardian in hand, which is going to be potentially a way for him to prevent taking too much damage from, or prevent him from taking unnecessary. I don't know. I can't think of the word. Too much damage from Unhinged. The Concerted Strike coming out is going to kill Zed. It's still going to kill Zed. A Ranger's Resolve. He has the perfect answers to make his Zed not die here. The actual perfect answers that he could have had. His Zed is not dead. His Zed's up to 2 health still. The barrier got very little value. This is pretty good for Unhinged. It's going as well as you could expect it to. Now, I wish you could take a peek in his hand. If he could rally on this turn, especially with something like a Golden Aegis, we might see him not only in a favorable position, but perhaps in a very favorable position. This pass here indicates to me that he does indeed have a Golden Aegis in hand and didn't want his barrier to get popped immediately. I could be misreading that whole scenario, but that's kind of the read I have it now. It also could simply be he wanted to establish his green clay duo. Another barrier unit. Having the Selection Yordle have barrier is pretty brutal for Unhinged, because it makes his Zed a lot more than it otherwise would be, and his Zed really just wants to attack. Even though it's probably gonna die, would be shocked to see him not attack here. I don't think he should pre-commit anything to this set. I think he needs to worry about his Green Glade duos. I think his duos might be the win condition that he can go for. You might consider his board as being overdeveloped at this point, but it actually might work out just fine. So we're putting Unhinged on Golden Aegis. He is Ghost instead, so he doesn't have the Golden Aegis, but instead he is the Ghost. There's no way for the Zed to be blocked, but we do see 5 mana being held up, and we have the second Concerted Strike in hand. Now, with that being said, that means we can only choose to do one. Pokey stick one of these Green Glade duos to prevent 5 or 4 damage, or play a Concerted Strike. Eluard is going to Concerted on a duo to play around a buff spell or a second Ranger's result. So he's going to let the Zed hit. Letting the Zed hit is dangerous to a second Ghost, or... yeah, just a second Ghost.
Yeah, I know Kakarot. I was trying to delete some people off my friends list because I had too many people added. He was telling me that they couldn't see the game. I had too many people added, so I could add NNT Eduardo. I had too many people added. I gotta delete some people from the league days.
Yeah, that's another thing. Doing all these tournaments and adding people fills up our friends list. Like, I have 120 people added right now. It's nuts. So, a few turns ago, I put Unhinged on a Golden Aegis. Now, I can't see his hand. I don't know for a fact. But it seemed like he had a Golden Aegis. And he's 1 card right now. Perhaps that is indeed the final Golden Aegis. With a Golden Aegis, presumably that would go on Zed. I think he takes
this, right?
all this damage now. That's only 6 damage. Very good. And it makes a Radiant Guardian no good.
Okay. Okay, he's cracked. Okay.
If he has Ranger's Resolve, I think he instantly wins the game.
Oh, okay. Whew.
A Shadow Shift. A Shadow Shift is
that does it?
actually really good. Shadow Shift is actually just really good here. He could replay the duo, but it just gets poison darted, which he should know. The Otterpuss is a good blocker here, but he has the Telescope and the Conchologist, so it might just be a Chain Vest.
I like the Chain Vest here.
The Chain Vest means he could block the Zed and not die to that Zed, but it's all the other damage.
So this is kind of weird, right? Because now he's setting up to like kill him basically on his open. This is kind of weird. Cause like Unhinged is kind of setting up to get a water on his open.
Let us take a peek at
Yeah, that's a piece of this puzzle that we actually can't forget. That this is not the attack token of Unhinged. And in fact, I'm really glad you brought this up, because that's what's going to need to happen, is that he's going to have to try and win on the open. So, do I like this pull? Do I like the pull? See, the lecturing yordle survives.
He goes for the group shot.
A group shot here. So there's 4 damage coming out here. We have 5 damage coming down on an open attack. Yeah,
I think he has just enough.
I think the open's perfect. Unless there's a strike spell coming in on the top deck. And we have a trinket trade, which could manifest itself into being.
Come on, Rin.
I think this is just enough.
This is a improper attack order. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not.
No, yeah, I don't mind this attack order.
Oh, actually, I guess it's not.
Because both of them are 4/4, so.
Yeah, it is absolutely an improper attack order if he doesn't have a buff spell. It doesn't matter. Because that's equal anyway, because you got this coming. It's debatable.
You think it was improper?
It might have been. It might have been. It's worse against, like, Sharp Sight.
True.
I don't know.
No, yeah.
It worked out for him, though. He got the win, and that's all that matters for him. So, Unhinged takes that one. I don't know what game in this set that was.
I didn't even get to look at the timer. I would guess, because they weren't playing before, I would guess that was game 2, and this is probably game 3.
Edward is still shown in Friend Challenge, so it was at least not an 0-2 in the favor of Unhinged.
Yep. So Unhinged is on this Elise. Is this the Elise Jarvan that he was talking about? Yep. He's on this. I mean, not Jarvan. Elise.
Jace?
Goddamn. Yeah, Jace. I'm sorry. He literally just left my head. But yeah. So Unhinged was talking about this Elise Jace deck. Again, I'm not sure. I mean, we were talking about this earlier. I don't know if Jace is hot enough to bring to a tournament. But we will see how it goes for him.
My past flashes.
So, you see Feline on 1. Shuffling a crystal back into deck. Open attack of... See the open attack of Wetheppls.
So, with Unhinged, you never know what's in his deck, right? If you don't have his deck list.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, you wouldn't want to take that trade if you're on the fearsome stuff, because they get empowered whenever you can kill their dude. And a 1 health unit is a perfect unit for you to just kill later to empower your Boo Boo Sentinel or your 1/2 fearsome. That is no longer called the Demacian Sentinel. I think it's a version.
Wow. Do you see what he's doing? Wow. Unhinged is probably like, wow, how do I play around this? I mean, you just don't. You actually don't.
It's a Sharp Sight. It's okay.
Yeah.
Edward's job, I think, is to not take too much damage. Eventually play Shelf Oak. Eventually play Poppy. And if Unhinged doesn't have the answers to those things, he just immediately. But it's a Shadow Owl's PNZ control deck, right? They have cards like... I mean, I don't know what's in his list, especially because Unhinged is not one to just take an exact copy of the most popular version of a list. That is not him.
True.
But like, they could have Vengeance. They could have a Ruination. They could have all sorts of things to answer the Poppy, to answer the Shelf Hook.
Today's the day I find that hero.
So this is the danger of tapping out your mana on turn 4 against the Poppy deck, is that if you tap out, then they could simply just play Poppy. If they play Poppy and then open attack, it's pretty good for them, right? It's very strong.
Super strong.
Because even if Poppy doesn't hit anything, if it becomes it's a lot harder to kill.
My plans.
I like going wide here. Going wide makes perfect sense. We have the second Hexite crystal. Which... I don't want to spoil Arcane. I'll save that for the podcast. Spoiler? I don't know. I might have already spoiled it. Who knows?
Hope you're sturdy.
So right now there's 6 damage coming through, which is decidedly not nothing. With the 6 damage coming through, it's starting to get a decent amount of kind of health-based momentum in his favor. With Poppy blocking there, or feeling forced to block there, it means that Eduard can't attack next turn because the 3/3s can simply kill it.
True.
So unless we see like loping into loping, I actually like the moon silver here.
He's gotten Moon Silver twice, by the way. Wow.
Wait, Mentor of the Stones is kind of crazy. If he Mentor of Stones the Poppy, it becomes a 6/4 before it attacks, and then it's a 7/5. It gets blocked, and then it's just down to 2, and then it gets Mystic Shot. So that's probably not that good.
I mean, this. I mean, I feel like there's no way for his Poppy not to die here, but he can certainly get some value off of it. Like, cause if he decides to attack, then his Poppy is most definitely going to die. But he could get some value off his Poppy before it dies, right?
So this Star Spring is like actually kind of nuts. There was for a very brief time at the start of Poppy's release a Soraka Poppy deck that was like not terrible. And the idea was the Star Spring and the Soraka help enable Poppy to attack repeatedly without, dying.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to do either.
So hitting a Star Spring from a Bomber Twins, from a Loping Telescope, is kind of cool.
Boy, now.
Eduard down to 11.
I mean, he is on the Shellfolk turn.
He is on the Shellfolk turn, but there's no Radiant Guardian. I would have really liked to see development here from Unhinged. Because, like we just said, he's on the Shellfolk turn. He wants to play Shellfolk. Now, unless Unhinged is sitting on a Thermo Beam. If he's sitting on a Thermo Beam, absolute wonderful play. A Shock Blast? Reasonable. Very reasonable. Especially if there is more burn in hand. An atrocity. But it gets pranked, which is very not good for Unhinged. Because he's not quite there yet. He's not quite able to push over the hump. And now the opponent knows what kind of win con Unhinged was maybe trying to sneak on in through. Knowing that the opponent has a hand means that Eduard never taps below 5 mana. That way he keeps up Concerted Strike, and all of a sudden this atrocity does not work at all.
So now Eduardo's just getting a lot of value. He's just getting a lot of value.
Yeah. This, unfortunately, like, I'm not sure what Unhinged could even do. Unless he just draws that he... Unless, like, his final card is... Or final cards are, like, Mystic Shots and Get Excited. I don't know how he kind of pushes over the hump.
You break it, you buy it.
So chooses the full board trade hit.
Yep, trading it down the board makes sense to me. The reason being, you know that the Poppy, so you don't want them to have a super wide board pretty much at any point. And you also know that he's never going to trade away his fearsome blocker for no reason. So it's a tough position. I think right now the priority for Unhinged is just crossing his fingers and hoping he draws. And living until then.
Yeah, he needs to draw some burn, right?
All right, team. Adventure time.
He might attempt to just Atro into this Poppy. No, that'd be dumb. At that point, you just Atro into Nexus and hope you draw the 1 point of burn.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. He can't even Atro. This is a 9-mana Atro.
Honestly, I want to know what's those other 2 cards in
If we're
his
taking a
hand.
break, can I practice a joke?
I hope he's not just slow rolling a double Mystic Shot.
Oh, wow. That would be so BM.
That would be so BM.
That would be super
But, I mean,
BM.
he could be.
He's just
not-
waiting for him to present lethal, for him to present lethal back.
And right now, this is 18 damage coming down.
So this is him presenting lethal.
Not only presenting lethal, but there's an atrocity in the hand of Eluvar,
Oh, that's true.
which means that going down to 5 is not safe unless he's burn in hand.
So we gotta see. We gotta know what Unhinged has here. He has to tell us.
It's going to come down to this hand, or this turn, right?
Yeah.
Unhinged is, out of steam. He doesn't have an answer to the atrocity. In fact, Eluard can simply not play the atrocity until Unhinged shows him lethal. The longer this game goes, the more likely it is Eluard will win.
So what if he has he needs healing here. Like there's nothing he can do.
Could it be a Black Spear? If he has Black Spear in this deck, I'm gonna lose my mind. But a Black Spear? Oh.
Black Spear does it.
Get excited?
Wait,
Oh,
why?
Lethal.
Oh.
One off of lethal. What a close game. Right? This is indeed one off lethal, yeah?
Yeah, that's one off lethal. Wow.
Such a close game. Not only was it one off lethal, but the Ladros. What did he discard? Did you see what he discarded?
No, I didn't see what he discarded. Oh.
I didn't catch it. Chat, did you see what he discarded?
Jeez, that was
The
so
GE.
close. That was actually close.
Yeah, just that one more damage. That one more damage. And then he would have had it. Now we have Thralls against this Jace Vi deck. We saw earlier on in the tournament, Thralls kind of have their way with the Jace Vi deck. And especially with this opening hand coming out from Eluard, I'm expecting a similar result. He has a Thrall, he has a Time in a Bottle, and he has a Promising Feature. Unless Unhinges on Aftershock, I'm not sure if it's possible to win from here. Now, I'm sure Unhinged knows that if he's running Aftershock, he should probably full mulligan his entire hand. Because if these Thralls come out, the game's just gonna end.
Yep.
And
if the Thralls,
it won't be him winning. So nothing else matters, right?
Nah. If the Thralls come out, the game is over.
Out of green.
He has the throw on one.
With that being said, Unhinged should wait for Eluard to commit resources to one of these thralls, to commit countdowns, to commit promising futures. If he can be patient for long enough, that means that his Aftershock will get more value, right? More mana is expended on these thralls than perhaps needs to be. Right now, this Frozen Thrall, that's a 1 mana card, right? It's not a huge investment, but when you start dumping things like a promising future on it, and when you start dumping countdowns or advances on it, then it starts to become a pretty big investment in and of itself.
Mm-hmm. Very true.
Alright. We just see the pass downs here from Eluard and Unhinged. Both players just kind of feeling each other out now. Of course, the longer this can go, I'm led to believe that the better it is for our Frozen Thrall player. That means he's that 1 turn sooner, 1 turn earlier to popping out his Frozen Thralls. In fact, we might see on this turn a promising future come down, although it might be a bit risky. If by playing a promising future, that means that an Aftershock would be especially devastating, because not only are you losing that one landmark, but you're losing the fact that it has a double to it. One of the issues I think Unhinged might have in the coming turns is that his deck, it's kind of swarmy. That turns into a less swarmy deck over time that wants to end with, like we saw in the last game, we kept saying, if only he could draw 2 Mystic Shots, he wins the game. Or if only he has 2 Get Excited, he wins the game.
Yep.
The problem is that Thralls is like really good at dealing with the early game chip damage into winning the game with bigger mid-range units than Unhinged's deck could dream of, right? And he just throws a Mystic Shot at the Nexus. So, I'm guessing by that Mystic Shot going to face them, I'm going to assume that means that Unhinged is on a very burn-heavy hand. And by being on a very burn-heavy hand, he's trying to be mana efficient, not burning any mana, and get Eluard into the danger zone. I love him holding up 3 mana. Holding up 3 mana completely prevents a promising future.
Brilliant.
He's forced to pretty much not be able to give a promising future every single time. Unhinged has over 3 mana.
My past flashes!
Man, he had Doom Beast in his deck. That would have been good for him too last game. So the promising features come down. The committal is here, and it's because it can be popped at burst speed next turn, and there is no landmark removal. Landmarks get popped. These are 2 8/8s and a leveled up Lissandra, which is now uniquely good against the burn game plan of Unhinged, which means that at all stages of the game, from this point forward, Eluard is at a distinct advantage. His units are bigger, his Nexus is tough, and he's generating removal spells on every turn.
It will all be over soon.
So it looks like here that Unhinged might be taking some damage.
Yeah, some damage I think is an understatement. I think it's gonna be 15. Yeah, 15 damage coming down.
Yeah, 5.
And from this point, especially with the tough Nexus, we know he at maximum only has 2 Mystic shots available. That's 2 damage to this Nexus. That's not gonna cut it. If he has a Forge Workers, I forget what the 6-mana card. 79, that's it. He's now matched the width, right? So he's matched the width. He also leveled up Jace. By level, if he has a Jace in hand, he plays it next turn and will have 4 exactly 6 mana, so he could play the Acceleration Gate, which might cause some funky situations. So maybe it's not over yet.
I mean, he has to have Jace here to start. Him having Jace is pretty much going to start everything.
Unfortunately, it looks like Jace isn't in the hand.
Point the way, and I'll make the way.
And now there are 2 more Thralls that are being threatened to pop out next turn. And we still have this kind of timer that Unhinged is on from the, simply from the Ice Shards and the Tough Nexus. If it wasn't for the Tough Nexus, I could maybe see a world where Unhinged is out. But the Nexus is tough, right? All of his 2 damage burn is not doing anything.
Fight the codes.
I think the only possible out in the game would be for Eluard to play a Watcher next turn for fun, and Unhinged to have a Ruination in hand. If that happens, Unhinged is going to win. Probably not going to happen though, especially because Eluard was just Ghost attack every time there, right? So GG to Eluard, GG to Unhinged. Good performances by both players so far. Let's take a peek at our bracket.
Yeah, let's see what's
Coming down the stretch, I think.
Yep. And we got Icado versus Cephalopod happening right now.
I'll get Icado.
Okay, I got Cephalopod.
So we have Icado playing kind of a deck he's become known for a few weeks, and that is Glorious Evolution. Icado favors a 0-Vi 3 Fizz version of this. Does a couple things for him. The first and most important thing for him is that it makes Fizz cost 0 mana when the Glorious Evolution is played, and it also gives Fizz a big elusive threat a virtual spell shield, because Fizz becomes so hard to target. But with the Moon Silver, this Glorious Evolution is played on turn 6. A turn 6 Glorious Evolution. We see a Shelf Oak in the hand of Icado. We also see an Otter Put of Icado. We Prank and Time Trick and more card draw. If Cephalopod doesn't do something absolutely crazy, Icado just has lethal next turn. So he didn't want that Mystic Shot pranked, I think, because he doesn't want it in the hand of Icado. 8 damage being pushed here on the attack. But he has a 0 mana auto push. So sorry, 0 damage here on the attack. Or 4. 0 from Jace. Alright, so we'll very likely see this Shelf Oak drop. He might make me a liar. He might Time Trick first. That would seem awkward. He might Pokey Stick first. Okay, a Pokey Stick first is fine. He doesn't want to commit the mana if he doesn't have to.
Mm-hmm.
Probably took the Conchologist. He did take the Conchologist. The good part about the Conchologist is that he gets a 0 mana and a... Now, I mentioned that he's probably going to win this turn unless Cephalopod did something crazy. I don't know if he could playing it with Genic Beam crazy, but that's what he did. And in fact, it might be good enough. It might be good enough here.
Wondrous discoveries await below.
Unless there is a trinket trade from the second Conchologist that gets him... I don't know, an ambush. He won't have the mana for it. Sumphium's is pretty good. So right now, Ikado's job is kind of like stall out the game a little bit. Right now, Cephalopod's trying to end the game relatively soon. And if Icado could prevent that from happening, he's going to be okay, right? He still has the tools available because he gets so much value from his Glorious Evolution, right? His cards are just so darn cheap. Nice little flex emote there, killing the challenger. That is what you like to see.
Hey Rosa, got some new tweaks to the power circuitry.
Great. We're running into heat issues. What you got?
So he draws 2. He gets a Mystic Shot. Mystic Shot is nice. It kind of controls the board a little bit. But the acceleration gate is, you know, a little bit nicer. Right now, it looks like a minimum of 4 damage getting pushed. Sorry, minimum 6 damage getting pushed if Icado holds on to Mystic Shot. One tool available to him is the Stress Defense. This Stress Defense can cut the attack of one of these big units down to 1, which is a very nice answer. And if we look at the hand of... His hand is not very full. Right? He's on a 3-card hand, and we know what one of them is. I can't tell what it is.
Which one?
The one in Cephalopod's hand in the middle.
Oh, Pokey.
That's a Pokey?
Yep.
Alright. Very good. So, that Pokey Stick is actually quite good. Because it does help refill the hand of Cephalopod, even just a little bit. This Jace is actually dead. We're looking at a dead Jace. He should have pulled the 2-1 or the 5-2 to Jace, so that way Stress Defense doesn't kill the Jace like it does right now. He's not aiming to kill the Jace with Stress Defense.
Huh. Surprising.
I'm going to ask him. I need to make a note because I'll ask him later why he didn't kill Jace with Stress Defense.
Maybe because he was thinking about insider knowledging there?
He could still do it.
True. He still had enough mana to do it.
Icado is 10 times the player that I am. And especially on this deck. However, I really don't think I agree with playing Insider Knowledge, considering the weakness of Cephalopod's hand.
Show me that again.
However, perhaps you're starting to see the beauty of it. And the beauty of it being that he's going to have a million Otter Eye and a million of the cards of Cephalopod. So the combo's gone off. This is a dead Shellfolk. Don't get us wrong. But the combo's gone off. There are a million tools in the hand of Icata. So his kind of objective 1 now is to go wide. Objective 2, prank Cephalopod's hand into literal oblivion, force them to block down on the Otter Pie, and then see where you're at. And perhaps saving this stress defense is going to come in key in the next couple of turns. Because this Pokey Stick, and maybe this is the idea that Icata is thinking, Icata wants to win, hopefully on this turn, and he knows that there's at least one Pokey Stick, which means that he needs to be able to save his own units from the removal of Cephalopod, or else they don't do anything. I would very much so like to see a Pokey Stick here on the 2-1.
Yep, to clear
It's
it.
free. It's a free draw. Before you commit more mana. Seems to make sense. Leo Gentle too, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it, man.
So I'm sorry, I'm not saying much. I'm just I'm watching Icado and Cephalopods. Like, I'm watching this deeply because these are, in my personal opinion, these are like super. I'm not saying that nobody else in the tournament were like really high level players, because there are some really high level players in this tournament. But these two,
He hit a Poro Cannon.
oh, he hit a Poro Cannon here. Oh my.
He wishes he hit that like 8 actions ago. Which is why I said he should have just played the Pokey Stick when he could have. But he hit the Poro Cannon. Now he's clearing the board pod. And with all these pranks, that represents +1, +2, +3, +4 damage from the Poros alone. And Cephalopod's going to be forced to block. He's not going all in?
Wait, he's not going all in?
So he might not be going all in because he's already forced to block. And he knows, he can presume now, this last card in hand is either Heimerdinger or Jace. He's pranked it a million times and hasn't seen it. He needs to force this Jace to block, which he's done. If this Jace doesn't block, the other Jace in the hand would just win the game with the spell.
Mm-hmm.
This puts him down to 2. And
Wait.
we know that that's a Jace or a Heimerdinger.
Wait, doesn't that mean he missed lethal? No?
If he pokeyed earlier, he would have ended up having lethal.
Or if he Mystic Shot face, he could have had lethal, no?
He Mystic Shot a
There's
blocker.
nothing a little ingenuity can't fix.
So
Oh yeah, if you're right. If he had Pokey Sticked, then he would have drawn into the Poro Cannon first.
yeah.
And then he
That
would
I
have known
definitely-
to Mystic Shot face.
But I think you're right, because he didn't need to Mystic Shock a blocker because the elusives weren't going to be blocked. So that would be lethal.
Yeah.
I wonder...
So he just misplayed. His only misplay was not poking first. That's his only misplay. Because there's no way he
I
could have
don't know.
known. There's no way he could have known to Mystic Shot, right?
Really? Is that true?
I mean, there's no way he could have known. Like, in hindsight, he knows now because he to the Poro Cannon. But before he drew the Poro Cannon, there's no reason. There's no reason.
Oh,
to
you're
Mystic Shot
right.
face.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah.
So
Well, you'd save the Mystic Shot until you look and see there too.
exactly, exactly.
But yeah, I'll agree with that. I'll agree with that.
So his only misplay was poking first. But he's still, I mean, this is still a really good position here, right? Like he's presenting lethal here.
Yep. So just opens a prank just to see. You don't hit that card and you're like, man, is this a third Jace? Is this another Jace? I mean, he just has to attack here. He loses to, if there's a Static Shock, he loses to Static Shock or Time Winder. He loses to Jace spell.
Oh, he loses the Jace spell.
Right now, he loses to Jace spell.
Interesting use of tech.
And he knows there's a Poke Stick coming out that he's going to draw two from.
Heroes cogs turning.
Why does he have no mana?
But the Pokey Stick is 12. It's a 12 mana Pokey Stick.
That is true.
Jeez.
Oh, man. I want to know what... if Cephalopod is not running Time Winder or Static Shock, then I'm not sure why Ikato didn't open.
Oh, he took the gems. No, we want to see the gems. Come on, Ikato. You want to see the gems, bro.
Like, I'm certain on a few occasions,
Better.
I'm not skilled enough on the deck to know why Ikato chose what he chose. But I really want to know why he did there. It must be like a Time Winder or a Static Shock or something, because he knew that there was one card in the hand of Cephalopod, effectively.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was a crazy set. Was that the last match?
Actually, he might have lost on open to Minimorph plus the other top deck Pokestick.
No, there was a few things he could have top decked there that could have won him the game.
Yeah, I think he played around because he knew there was a Minimorph. So Minimorph, I think it was at 8 mana.
Uh-huh.
So he knew that it could be Minimorph plus like a 2 mana Pokey. All right, there you go. I figured it out. See, it took me a while. That's why I'm not, winning tournaments like I caught. That might have been the last game. They're not.
Yeah, I think that was the last game. Yep, it was the last game. I just pulled up the stream. Yep. Damn. I wish we could have watched that set from beginning to finish. No lie.
Yeah.
No, that was a crazy set.
They're two very, very, very talented players. And right now, our top 8 is looking kind of insane. We have Eduard against Gailey, FNX, Doguito against AJ. We have Elfo Raviso
versus Flock.
Ravioso against Flock, and Ikato against Easy to Win.
Yes, sir.
I
think
I need to add.
Pretty cracked.
I'm gonna add Flock again. Every week. It's okay.
He has to make space for all these people he's playing tournaments with, bro.
I mean, that's probably it. He added me. Cool. Flock brought a new lineup. He hasn't brought a different lineup from his Pink City, Draven Scion, Ziggs, Poppy in a couple weeks. But, he hasn't won in a couple weeks. So I guess he's changing it up. And right now he's playing GP Twisted Fate, but Bilgewater Noxus instead of Bilgewater PNC.
Mm-hmm.
This Bilgewater Noxus deck kind of came to the limelight after, I believe it was Adeltrosity made master with it, And then Ruben Zoo made master with it, and kind of complimented the deck on Twitter. Since then, it's had an increased play rate, but a lot of players have decided that it's just not quite there, that's just not quite good enough for them, and people have kind of moved on from it. But it's nice to see Flock still sticking with it, testing it out, seeing what he feels about the deck. As we were getting into kind of a lull in the game state with the stun and that Arachnid Sentry, I'd like to remind anyone who's watching that we do these tournaments every single Tuesday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. So if you are interested, make sure you follow at xdoinut on Twitter or at WeThePeoples on Twitter. Right, that's the easiest place to find our Battlefy links when we post the tournament. Usually, this was kind of the exception to the rule because we're feeling a little spicy today. Usually, the tournament's capped at 32 players. So if you're interested in playing, you have to sign up early so that way you can play. You don't need to know what decks you're bringing, right? It'll ask you what decks you're bringing, but you can edit that later. All right, just make sure you get signed up. That way you can lock in your spot for the following Tuesday. Or if you're just interested in watching instead, you can go ahead and hit that follow button down below, either my stream or We The People stream, and we'll get that little notification every time we go live. Especially because on Wednesday nights we have a podcast.
Yes, sir. Every single Wednesday starting at 8:30, Mystic Shop Podcast. We tend to talk about any Runeterra business, any Runeterra new patches, and sometimes we talk about Arcane. We try to give you guys some spoiler alerts, but can't not talk about the new Riot series. But usually we tend to talk about Runeterra. But you guys, we're trying to give you guys all the content. So just don't forget to slap that follow button and come by. See the tournament on Tuesdays and then the podcast on Wednesdays. We're trying to do something here.
Yeah, it's a good time. I enjoy doing it. Thank you. I think it's San for the follow. I appreciate it. So right now we have this Poppy Fizz Bandletree deck against Flock's TFGP. This TFGP deck is slower than the decks that we're kind of accustomed to seeing Flock play. Usually he's kind of plays very aggressive decks, but he's kind of worked himself into a very aggressive position. He has the Arachnoid Sentry that could stun the Poppy right now, and then he can attack. Or he could simply attack knowing he has a Ravenous Flock in hand, and Poppy will die regardless of who she blocks. Scorched Earth plus Pokey?
Scorched Earth plus Pokey.
Scorched Earth plus Pokey here makes quite a bit of sense to me. This limits the amount of damage that Elfo is going to take. And has the side benefit of he does lose his champion, but Flock is kind of out of steam. His hand isn't all that impressive. He's now gonna have to slow down a little bit. And the Dreadway gets hit off the top.
Yikes. That's a big hit.
So now, Flock is in an awkward position because now it feels like, anyway, he needs to slow down the game in order to be able to draw some more powerful late game. But against the Bandletree deck, you don't want to be the one slowing down the game, right? Because if the game gets slowed down, they have this alternate win condition. If you keep hitting that pass button, the game's just going to end and you're going to, even though you're at 20 Nexus, because of the Bandletree. So navigating this kind of state will be quite difficult for Flock.
So what could Elfo be thinking about here? Is he thinking about slamming that pass button?
Yes.
I think
It's
I would
Flock's priority,
slam...
though, right?
Oh yeah, it's Flock's priority. You're right.
So I'm not sure what Flock is thinking about. He doesn't have much to do here, right? He could be faking thinking about something.
Oh,
But yeah.
there it is. So I'm looking at Bamble Tree in hand. I don't know if they fixed this bug, but it has 7 on my screen.
Round or two.
Has 7 for you.
It has 7 for me.
That means in just a few hands, he will have see that 7 pop on down. He's currently missing. I can't tell. They need to fix this UI.
It says
To make it more
Ionia.
user friendly.
I know Ionia for sure. Targon has been played.
Freljord.
Freljord and what is this? Buildwater.
Should make a speech. Where's my speech?
Yep. There you go.
So you
Our
took
powers combined.
Bilgewater here.
Is it nap time?
So he took a Bilgewater one from the mayor. Now he can't play it, so he could kind of low roll and be given a Bilgewater card next turn. Yeah. Which would be unfortunate for him. That's not what he wants, because that means he's going to delay his win by a turn. And if his win con is delayed even a little bit, you know, another Dreadway comes. GP then levels up, or is leveled up, and now in the hand of Flock, and then there's kind of end game power. So we'll have to see if he's able to convert maybe an unlucky hit on this manifest.
Oh, wow, and he did too.
He did, and not only that, but he hit maybe the worst card you can hit, a lurker, an 8-mana lurker.
I mean, Flock's hand is looking really out of steam though. Like the most he has here is a Flock. I had to.
Yeah, this is a tricky spot for him.
Nah, yeah, it is for sure.
Unless he, again, I think he has to draw. How does he win here? I think he has to draw a Dreadway and then dump his hand of spells and then play a GP and attack with it and see what's up. To see if that gets him there. Because this Shark Trainer here is actually putting a lot of pressure on. He wants to play Death's Hand onto it so that way he could flock it. But this is bad in the exact instance that there's a Dreadway like on.
Really?
Because then he's technically missing out on the damage. I also thought the Shark Trainer had to attack.
Me too.
Until just now. How nuts is that?
That's actually not a bad card.
I know. Now I'm starting to wonder why don't people make this? That card's kind of nuts. I mean, I guess it's a 7-mana card that doesn't win you the game outright, but I mean, it's not Scion. Right?
True. So we got Freljord.
Captain Farron.
Okay.
A beautiful hit. Captain
Farron
Farron
is pretty big here.
is what you want to see. Farron is a game-ending threat. I was saying the Dreadway over and over. Captain Farron works just as well.
I mean, we do have many more for that, so we're not super afraid.
They're coming! Hide!
And the mini-morph. And that mini-morph means that kind of the last hope that Flock had is no more. Flock needs to deal 11 damage to the next turn. So I think that means he has to play a Make It Rain now Hit the Nexus. Alright.
Alright, we hit Nexus.
4, 8, 9. How can he... Can he draw like a warning shot? I doubt he has it.
Wait, does that do it?
He doesn't have the mana.
Oh, yeah, he has the damage, but he just doesn't have the mana.
He just doesn't have the mana.
Huh. So do you think he wasn't supposed to play that flock last turn and he was supposed to... He was supposed to go for the Decimate?
I'd have to look back and do math and count mana. I'm inclined to think that the flock was correct because it increased the odds of the Make It Rain hitting the Nexus, which was the first step.
True. True. Both Make It Rains have to hit Nexus, right?
Alright, block hits pass, game ends, and Elfo takes it. I'm going to assume that's set. There's only 8 minutes left on the timer. So I'm going to assume that set is now over. Alright.
Yeah. I didn't see it go back into game, so I'm guessing that one is over.
Ikato is back in game. He's against Easy to Win. Do you have either or both of them added?
I have Easy to Win.
Alright, I have Ikato. I believe Easy to Win is ranked 4th on the ladder run. And with that, if you haven't heard of Easy to Win, maybe you're not staring at tournament results or the top of the ladder. But with that, you kind of know that Easy to Win is a very, very strong, does very, very well for himself.
True.
With that being said, Ikato came in 8th in Worlds, who's also a very strong player. We have two kind of titans going at it here in one of... Is this a quarterfinals match? In our quarterfinals match.
Yes, sir.
So we have a Leviathan on the board and a Swain in the Frozen Tomb, and now a Swain also on the board, which is going to put Ikato in kind of a rough spot. The first thing that makes this awkward is the rules of Legends of Runeterra. In Legends of Runeterra, the round start effects happen in the order of the attack token player. So the attack token players' round start effects go up first. Virtually always. Which means, I think, unless they changed it. Oh, no. Oh, that happened as expected. Yeah. I was going to say, which means that if these counted down, the thralls would be stunned, or will be stunned. And that's what's going to happen next turn, is that the thrall that pops out, it's going to be stunned. So this forces an entomb, or not. I thought it was going to force an entomb on the Leviathan. Because the board's stunned, it doesn't matter what happens. Now, if Lissandra levels up, you have a tough Nexus. The pings from the Leviathan don't matter as long as you can break through the stun lock. How does he break through the stun lock? That's going to be the problem. Especially because his thralls will pop out before the stun is even...
Oh, he has double flock now.
They should thank you.
Yeah, this is Sandra. It's still alive though. Oh, I see his hand now. Another flock.
Double flock.
Oh, it wouldn't be a stun locked board because the tough Nexus prevents it from dealing damage to Nexus, which prevents Swain from doing it. Got it. My brain, it's back. With that being said, there are 2 Swains and 2 Leviathans on the board.
Wow,
and
he threw a shroom.
that's just it. GG to easy to win. That was game 1. So we'll have to see if Icado can pull it back together for game 2. Or maybe easy to win thinks the game's a little bit too easy and he'll just, slide on through, right? One of these 2 things are happening. Find out if we're forcing game 3 or if we're just kind of winning right here. When we were talking, I don't think the streams had started yet, but we were talking before the stream about Plunder and how strong Plunder was. And I said that there are 2 matchups that, statistically speaking, Plunder's unfavored. And we are now in one of those matchups. Thralls is about a 60-40 favorite into Plunder. So if Icado can capitalize on this favorable matchup, perhaps he can get a nice win in game 2 and force a game 3. And in game 3, you never know what's going to happen.
I'm definitely excited to see how Icado is able to navigate this one. Because right now, it looks like Easy to Win just has all the threats here just ready to lay it on him. So we got to see how he's able to pop out these thralls here.
Yep.
Okay.
Icado has plenty of thralls. The problem is that he's not doing the turbo thing. Right? These are just thralls. These are not turbo thralls. He needs to find a way to make them dead. Or not dead. Make them popped. Make them thawed out. Right? This Blighted Ravine is really good. Round start ordering means that on the next turn, the Monkey Idol should take a damage from itself, and then it should die from the Blighted Ravine. Kind of cool. Easy to Win just overfilled his board on purpose. So that monkey, that powder monkey, was sitting over to the side until all the round start effects resolved, which made it live. If he didn't overfill his board last turn, that powder monkey would have instantly died, which would have been a feels bad for Easy to Win. So kind of really cool. Easy to Win clearly knows kind of like these background rules of the game that, you'd expect maybe a top 5 NA player to know, but maybe not those of us sitting here at home.
Yeah. No, that was a pretty cute play. Not gonna lie. I had no idea that if you fill up your board like that, then Blighted Ravine doesn't kill everything. I had no idea that actually works like that.
Yeah, it was. I mean, that's a situation I don't think I've ever seen come up before. But really, really well navigated by.
And like you said before, we see Icado. He's just making thralls, right? But he's not actually able to make them come out. That's the issue here.
There's no turboing here. I don't get it. It's unfortunate for him. Also unfortunate for him is that Gangplank is at 4-5. Now, with a bunch of 8/8s on the Gangplank isn't as scary because he won't be dealing the overall damage. When the 8/8 is blocking him. But in fact, he won't even be killing him unless there are 2 barrels. Actually, he does kill him when he's doubled. I'm sorry. So he just kills him. It's just like a straight up kill.
Ooh,
and we see this clock hand. I was kind of thinking that he was probably supposed to play the clock first and pop out the thrall. But we see that the Sejuani is going to come out anyway. And just stunned it. Or frostbit it. All right, I think this is proper blocking. He can frostbite Gangplank. If he could ever draw one of those ancient clocklings, the game's just gonna end. Especially if Sejuani dies.
I mean, he does have 2 more Sejuanis in hand, though.
Oh, see, I keep forgetting I can look at his hand.
So, like, this game isn't over. Even though, yes, he's taking out the threat of Sejuani, this game is nowhere near over. Oh, he chooses the buff, which is, to be honest, that's way worse for Aikado.
So Aikado can simply, this actually isn't too terrible. He can frostbite Gangplank and then play a Blighted Ravine, which will end up killing that Sejuani. He's gonna frostbite Sejuani. He wants to keep that throw alive.
I think he's thinking about using the other Sejuani on the GP, yeah.
Yep.
So he's gonna be forced to what's the name it?
Oh man, this
entomb
entomb is gonna be. How does he beat entomb like at all? I mean, I guess he has Make It Rain, which can stall out a big Thrall turn, but entomb is gonna be pretty nice. Although when Gangplank pops out, he's still gonna retain that buff.
Mm-hmm. Really? He's gonna go to 2 against Plunder?
Also leveled up Sejuani. So he's trying to think of what his outs are. And his out very well might be like a triple, maybe like a monkey idol. No, it can't be a monkey idol. Yeah, like a monkey idol and double. And then Aikado draws something to count down his landmarks. And I was thinking, and then he can entomb to make the overwhelm damage go. That doesn't work because now it's Sandra. He could play Lissandra now. He could.
I don't know. These waters are they're kind of very wavy here, right? Because there's a lot of plays that Aikado has here, but there's only gonna be one that's gonna lead him to the end. So I think I like overriding the 2/2 for Lissandra here, right? Yeah.
All right, so now he has a tough Nexus.
Now he has a tough Nexus,
which makes it difficult, although not impossible, to proc Sejuani. The big thing is that he has a barrel. And the barrel means that Make It Rain, if it hits the Nexus, proc Sejuani.
Mm-hmm.
If it doesn't hit Nexus, he can play Three Sisters.
I mean, he has to take it.
And with
here.
the safety block, and it hits Nexus.
Nexus.
The Sejuani dies. Right, so he entombs here. I like it. Oh. He entombs. He goes down to 2. He can't play Blighted Ravine this turn. and then he loses on the open. If he had one more mana,
Oh yeah, you're right. If he had one more mana, he would have been good. I mean, it's possible he could top deck
he's gonna get an ice shard. It's okay. He's gonna get an ice shard, so he's not dead on the open because he knows he has ice shard, so he could play that on top of GP's spell or GP's skill,
Oh, true.
which kills the barrel, which makes him not take any damage. This is like a wild end game. I'm getting so excited watching it.
Yeah, nope, he's not dead here. Wow.
Wait, that 1/3 is actually insane. Tough Nexus, I guess it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter here, but he's actually not dead. Wow.
He's not dead. I think he wins, right?
Yeah. No, he wins. He literally just plays what's the name, and then he just wins.
Blighted Ravine?
Yeah, he just plays Blighted Ravine, and it's done.
Oh my god, he pulled it out. The Tough Nexus
Wow.
saved him.
That tough Nexus. It came in clutch. It really
Absolutely
did.
saved him.
Parlay.
Self parlay.
Wow. That was so close. And remember what we said in the beginning? That's a bad matchup. And that was close.
Oh, for Plunder? Yeah, it's a bad matchup for Plunder. All right, I have to run to the restroom real quick. Sorry, stream. I'll be right back, but I'm going to leave my perspective up.
Okay. So we got some Sejuani Gangplank action versus Shellfolk Fizz. So as you were saying earlier, Aikado really loves his deck. So he knows how to polish this deck really well. I don't really know the matchups. I think I'll ask Doey about the matchups when he comes back. But I would guess that Shellfolk is not favored into GP Sejuani. But who knows? Aikado might be able to just navigate these waters and make the best of it.
Time to get rich. My research.
So we see a Bandle City Mare here.
I should make a
He
speech.
takes the
Where's my
looping
speech?
telescope. Usually always a good draw.
All right, we are back.
So we have Equinox, Mina Swiftfoot, and Shark Trainer.
This unironically might be a Mina Swift game. He's probably considering between Equinox and Mina. Equinox is really nice because it can hit the Dreadway, but Mina also hits the Dreadway. So I'm liking Mina. It's cheeky. It's a turn 9 play, so that's kind of sad. And you're trying to win the game on turn 7 or 8 with Glorious Evolution. So maybe it's just Equinox because you're trying to actually play that card. That's a tough call. That's a tough call.
Yeah, I think it's a tough call. Okay, he chooses to take the Equinox here. I mean, it's the better of the two plays, in my personal opinion. Because I don't think you're gonna get, like, if you get to Mina, right, then you're probably like either something went wrong,
Dead men tell
or it's just like, you know, easy to win is probably gonna be able to edge out.
Yeah, because Aikado is specifically playing a combo deck that wants to be winning the game on turn 7 or turn 8, and if he gets to turn 9, he's not going to want to win the game with me.
Exactly.
He wants to win it with big otter pie, and big daring points, right? So I do. The more I'm thinking about it, the more I think Equinox fits his game plan a lot more. No, Mina Swiftfoot against Plunder is like really good. It's why I feel the Mina is a deck that people are playing a bit here and there now.
Let's get to it. Boy, now. Watch out!
We see a Mystic Shot here.
Yeah, and quite quickly, and without much, fanfare, we see Icado down to only 8 health.
But top deck the show folk on 6. Oh my god.
I've never met anyone like you.
Go Folk on 6 is pretty good. Now he's going to start getting value, especially with things like Time Trick and with Sun Fumes. Double Sun Fumes kills a unleveled Sejuani.
Facts. It does.
Which is pretty important.
Gotta go with the flow.
That being said, it's very possible for Sejuani to level up next.
Ooh, that's a little late.
This is going to be the critical moment for Icado. If he gets through this turn, he's probably going to win.
True.
If he doesn't get through this turn, I don't think it's possible. But getting through this turn means he's able to clear the board for easy to win and have an answer for Sejuani. If those two things happen, he'll win.
How you feel about this death ray?
Terrible. He might have to take it, which feels bad. But Death Ray just bricks your draws. That's all it does. It kills a Mirai Warden. It will kill the Treasure Seeker, but at the expense of you having to draw the level 2 version. He could Death Ray and shuffle his deck with Time Trick, which makes it less terrible, but still not good. We'll have to see if he... Yep, alright, so he's going with the Otterpuss.
You own what you take.
So Sejuani is actually dead. She might be on your screen, but I think she's dead. Can he afford to even kill her?
Nah, I don't think you can.
Not before the attack. Not before the attack.
I don't think he can. He has to let her. She has to live to see another day.
Through the coral.
We might. No, that sounds bad.
Let's do this.
Alright, I think Sejuani's dead.
Through the coral.
I mean, you know what? No, she has to be dead. Actually, because then he'll take 5. There's no way he's taking 5 this turn.
Bring me chaos.
Block. That puts him to 3.
It could then Time Trick into Mystic Shot. So I think he plays Time Trick here. And looks for a Mystic Shot. This puts him down to 4.
Puts him on a 4, yeah.
Enough stalling.
Which, I mean, why wouldn't you Time Trick now? Because he wants to play out. He wants to hold up 3 mana so he could G Glorious Evolution next
I
turn.
mean, if he top decks Glorious Evolution, then he just wins, right?
Yeah. So I think that might be the play. Is that he's playing for a top deck on Glorious Evolution. On 27 cards, he's about like an 11.9% chance or something similar.
I mean, it's definitely possible.
All Alright, so now he's just gonna be pranking the hand of easy to win. Conchologist is very strong. So is Pokestick though.
I think I like Conchologist a little more. Oh, you took the Pokestick?
Yeah, I think he's going with the Pokestick because he wants the... Because without the card draw, he can't actually find Glorious Evolution. So now he's trying to win on his next attack token and be as greedy as possible until he gets...
He has to be careful.
Go with the flow.
He's only at 4, and this deck has no healing in it.
This Zap is pretty dead on your screen.
Let's get him, crew.
He is pranking his hand and taking units.
So, the 1-2 Zap is vulnerable. So we can pull Zap to the Crackshot Corsair.
Oh, he goes.
Oh, he got the double hit.
Wow. Oh, so he's dead.
And he's not dead yet. He could stress defense his own Zap. No, he's dead.
No, yeah, he's dead.
No, he's alive. He's alive. Right? He stress defenses his own Zap. Pulls the other Zap to the Shellfolk.
Uh-huh.
Then, when Crackshot Corsair is played, he plays Equinox on the Crackshot Corsair.
Oh, yeah, he has Equinox. That's right. That's right. Yeah, you're right. He's at 1.
And then, he double pokies. Then he could block out, and I think he's fine. I mean, he's probably dead. But he's not totally dead. Yeah, and his Poro Cannon blocked too. That's a peculiar pull. Alright, so now he spends 1 Pokey on the 1-1. Alright, Equinox.
Oh, yeah, that's an Equinox for sure.
Yeah.
And he has to play a Poro here. Wow, he sees the line. Wow.
Wait, that Crackshot Corsair now has an attack power. That's awkward. He might just be dead. But he has 3 Pokesticks.
No, he has
and a
3
Trinket Trade.
Pokesticks.
He's fine.
Yeah, I think he's fine.
Copium?
Why are you here?
No, I think he's
Came
fine,
a long
actually.
way for both.
Well, this isn't fine. He can't go down to 1. Going down to 1 loses to Parlay. Some fumes, he hit it.
Oh,
He's gonna take 0 damage.
Wow. He's cracked.
Arch in my sights.
He can't go down to 1. He also needs to be afraid of the parlay on the Easy to Win's own unit. Why is he letting his Shellfolk die here?
I have no idea. Oh, he's taking 1. Oh, we forgot about that.
He can play the other. He can't. He can play the other Sumphiums, right? No, he can't.
Yeah, but if he does, then it's not dead. No, yeah, he's dead. Oh wow, he's dead.
He's dead.
Wow. Is there even any card he could hit here? Yeah, that's why I told you. He should have took Consciologist. He would have had more blockers here. It was so greedy to go for Pokey. I mean, but that's hindsight, though. That's hindsight.
Yeah, he's just dead. He wants to see what his top card is. Another Showfolk. Unfortunate. He almost pulled that one out. Almost pulled it out.
It was so
from
close, actually.
the teeth of defeat. That's the thing with Shellfolk. It's a very strong deck. It's super strong. But if you make one tiny mistake, you could kind of just die. Unfortunately for Aikato, he wasn't able to get it done there. Alright, what else do we got going on in our tournament here? It looks like we have Edward against AJ in the semifinals, and it's going to be easy to win against Elfo in a semifinals. And watch Eluard whenever they get started. Eluard is a friend of stream.
Oh, we got Elward versus AJ.
Yep.
I think I have AJ added.
Okay, I've them both added, so either one's fine. Yeah, such a close game.
That was such a close game, honestly.
I wonder if there's a way for him to play around stress defense, but at that point, he's just... It's hard to see everything, right?
Yeah, nah. It's just there's no way he could have known that he took his stress defense, right? There's just no way.
Right, exactly. Like it's rough.
Yeah, but I think he should have took the Conchiologist, right? Because then he would have had more units.
So it's like it's a balance between having more units and spell. I don't know if I could fold. But he also gets the Conchology also.
Yeah, because then he would have had double Conch on board, and he could have gotten a way to heal. Maybe it's possible.
Yep. All right. It looks like AJ and Eduard are about to begin.
You can go on AJ because I'm not able to add him. Apparently, I'm not able to find him.
Okay.
And I have LOR already added.
And we've had some pretty good games tonight. We've had some really close games. I mean, we had that game where Plunder just barely crawled over the finish line against Folk game. We had, Unhinged just waiting to draw burn, return, not being able to get there. We've had some pretty fun games. Showfolk does make for good spectating. It might not be fun to play against, but it does make for good spectating. Let's see what we got here. We have AJ on some Zed Poppy against Scion Draymond. I believe this matchup is pretty much just 50-50.
Wait, is it really?
Yep.
Rally isn't edged at all?
Yeah, because his big feels bad when, he plays Zed and he gets Mystic Shot.
Oh, true.
Now, with a Rangers Resolve, I'd be interested to know what, the draw rate of Rangers Resolve against Draven's pretty high, but he's choosing not to take it. But it comes back to him anyway, so we'll have to see if Rangers Resolve gets a nice value play. But something as simple as this Poro Cannon that we're seeing come out right now makes Zed Poppy feel a little clunky because you're not getting the value attacks in with the elusives as easily. So it's very likely we see something like a Fleet Feather Tracker and a Young Witch come out, to try and negate the ability of the elusive blockers to have value.
Oh, he decides to actually go with duel. Green Gate duel. Okay. So he's playing. He's playing the Young Witch into. I mean the Sea Tracker into Young Witch next turn.
Yep. So he did that to get the maximum attack power possible on the Green Glade duo, and he could just give it quick attack, which is pretty nice, right? He could just give it quick attack. All right.
This is clearing it, but this is clearing one of the Daring Powers. But I think, aren't we supposed to hold back the duel here? Oh yeah, he has the ranges resolved. That's right.
Yeah. So, it's a solid line taken. Personally, I think I would have preferred using Ranger's Resolve on a champion. You don't want to play Poppy next turn and have it get excited. Get excited. It's so awkward to say. Because that's like a worst case scenario for you.
Mm-hmm.
He could play Poppy for free now.
Yep, Poppy comes down pretty much for free now.
He takes 4 damage.
And then you get
Then he had.
Hey, Krabby.
Wait, really?
My resting face.
So he's going to hold up Sharp Sight back up. So he passes here, plays Poppy. If Get Excited comes out, it's actually like it feels good because he has Sharp Sight backup, which is pretty nice for him.
Find that hero.
And he could give it quick attack if needed.
I have the best job.
Yep, so Eluard not even trying to play Get Excited. He knows that with 3 mana, AJ could have Notify, could have Sharp Sight, could have Twin Disciplines. It's simply too many cards to be able to even come close to playing around them all. It'll be interesting to see if Eduard plays Whirling. Whirling Death forces out a card from the hand of AJ and puts him on exactly Twin Discipline, Sharp Sight, or Notify. Now, Eduard has 2 of those options.
Time for the money.
So it'll be interesting to see what he decides to do. Is he fine with taking 8?
Wait, so how you got 1 to make? When did you do it? Oh, okay.
Getting this Sharp Sight out of the hand to save the Green Glade duo, perhaps a mistake for AJ, especially considering Eduard has 3 mana. That is the Get Excited number of mana. He might be reading that he doesn't have it, or sorry, the Whirling Death number of mana, because he didn't rip it earlier. So, well played by Eduard, being very patient there, and AJ is punished. Sometimes I myself find myself in the trap of, well, they're gonna have it eventually, right? I can't always play around Get Excited, or can't always play around Whirling Death, so I might as well just rip it. But, or I can't always play around the combat tricks that Zed Poppy have. And Eduard just showed us that if you're patient enough, sometimes your opponents are gonna play a card slightly not fitting for the moment. And that, in that case, it was the Sharps in the Green Glade duo. Had he not done that, he would have pushed 6 more damage. Lost the Green Glade duo, but retained a Poppy. Now, he has 2nd Poppy in hand. AJ had 2nd Poppy in hand. He played it out, which means it's not the worst case scenario, although still not ideal.
I am the blade in the darkness.
So, for those of us following along at home, AJ is somehow down to 5 HP. And there's a Get Excited and a Decimate in the hand of Eleward.
Oh, he chooses to go for. If he chooses to go for that, I mean, he still has a bunch of lethal potential here next turn, right? Because he does have a Decimate, but he's obviously AJ's gonna rip the Notify there.
Come on, Rip.
If there was like a Ghost and a Rally and AJ, he would actually like win. Which is kind of weird to think that, you know, he's so close to actually winning the game. And in fact, oh no, he'd be 2 off. Never mind. But now being down to 5 and knowing that Decimate in the hand of opponent, it gets very difficult to win if you're AJ.
What are you waiting
With that being said, Eleward currently,
Time for the moneymakers.
Yeah, this is similar.
Eleward currently doesn't have a method to present lethal just yet. Although that Captain Farron is looking like lethal.
Yeah, that Captain Farron is pretty much there. You heard him. Out of his way.
You're covered.
Yeah.
Well, let's see here. Is it? That's pushing. That's 4 damage. Plus an axe is 5. There are no axes. This actually isn't lethal. It's not quite there.
Can he kill him on open? Oh, if he full swung, actually, yeah, he could kill him on open.
You like frogs, huh?
So he's gonna have 1 HP remaining.
We made it, Rip. I wanna go
He
home.
5 damage. He has to open, as tempting as that Poppy is.
Go.
That's 6 damage. Block, block, block. He's 2 shy. Game's over. Ah, close.
And he had
If he
Whirling
drew, like Twin Discipline, he is wrong death, yeah.
Death. Yeah, or
Never
even,
mind. I
a,
was gonna say,
or even a ghost. If you drew a ghost, this game's over. And then he can't Whirling Death.
yeah. Yep. No, it wouldn't be because he could block the clone and then walk.
No, but you don't have to use it on. You don't have to use it on Zed. You can use it on the 3-2.
You'd have, that's what he would have had to do. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. He would have had to play Ghost on the 3-2, and then attacked.
And then, a full
And then he
swing.
can't activate Rolling Death because there are no blockers.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, man. Runeterra is crazy. Use it on a duo, he wins. You cannot use it if you don't have a battling ally. And if he only had attackers, then couldn't do it.
All right, so we got Poppy Zed into Thralls. I believe isn't any rally deck good into Thralls?
Yep. Very good. There's probably gonna be like some critical moment in which Edward's removal might just line up well and really punish generally low health units for AJ. But we see a Ranger's Resolve in hand, which is kind of nice for him. We see Poppy in hand. If Poppy attacks even once, it's brutal for AJ. I think I'd like to see an open attack here because neither of these units survive an avalanche. Although if they avalanche, you could sharp sight and then they're still pushing. which is perhaps better than pushing 2. Yeah, I like it.
Dark cloud looms on the horizon. You cannot fight the code.
So if we block like this, we most definitely sharp side. So basically, a water was basically checking for the sharp side there, right?
I think he just doesn't want to take damage at this point.
True.
His job is to take as little damage as possible until it's thrown. So I think he's just blocking and hope it works. Sometimes it doesn't, but it's like that. A pass here. So this is inviting development from AJ, and it's gonna be interesting to see if he kind of takes the bait.
He does not.
He has no real way to beat Ash, which is kind of awkward. That's kind of an uncomfortable position.
Today's the day I
I mean,
find
even
a
with this
hero.
development here on his turn, he still has no way to stop it.
Yeah, so the avalanche comes down, and AJ's, I mean, pretty upset with it, but he attacks and he still does 5 damage, and Edward goes down to 11.
No, those thralls are getting real low, Doey.
They are getting low, but there are.
Almost here.
I see your thralls and I raise you ghost and double rally.
True, true.
And with that, I'm not sure how that's going to work. This is a completely safe rally because there's no blocking or mana available. Now he's down. So I think we're just gonna see a Golden Aegis come out.
So even if he heals here, he's still dead. There is nothing he can do.
There is a world where AJ just passes and then open ghosts, but I don't think he needs to do that. I think he just goes for it now.
So he freezes here. No, why are you going for the ghost?
Alright, we see the freeze.
I'm very surprised he went for that ghost. I'm very surprised he went for that ghost there.
Well, if he does go for ghost, it just gets chump blocked, right?
True.
Rewards its faithful.
Can he go wide? He can. Or he can't, actually. He could play a second Shadow Assassin. He can always win now with Rally, can he?
Nah, he can't.
These ice shards are looking... Well, they're kind of bad for AJ. Or not bad for AJ, they're bad for Eluard. That Ranger's Resolve is looking kind of nice. So he can just attack.
That's true. That Ranger's Resolve. Yeah, no, he should definitely attack.
Is the healing ever enough? So the healing from...
All things grow cold.
And the tough nexus. See, this is getting pretty tricky.
Yeah, that tough nexus is what makes this tricky now.
So he can play the second Shadow Assassin. And then attack with Poppy and the Elusives. And have exact lethal. Alright, there is a lethal available. Now, if there's healing that comes down, if he overwrites the 2/2, that's just gonna be the end of the game.
This fool impedes all
And I think AJ loses. He might decide not to overwrite the 2/2 because he has ice shards in hand. He might feel confident. that, oh, I can just play Ice Shard. I don't need to heal. Which would be the kind of the death knell for him because of the Ranger's Resolve. Unfortunately for Eluard, he doesn't have caster vision like we do.
Die.
Okay, he just heals here.
Well, he doesn't have to heal right now. Because he could force AJ to try and commit the rally. Yep, passing is good. And now that he rallies, we're gonna...
There it is.
Come on in.
Wow.
Falls.
He gets it in. So what was the play there? Was it to play double assassin?
The play was double assassin. Hope they don't heal. If they don't heal, you win. The reason why they might not heal is because they had Ice Shard, and they might not. Sometimes they don't play around Ranger's Resolve, even though he absolutely should from this position. But you know, sometimes it just doesn't happen. I think he plays Zed here and then protects Zed with a barrier.
Pledge yourself to the shadows.
So let this go through.
Ice Shard number 1.
Feel the power of true
We're also in this like weird situation where AJ's gonna be at 1 health at round, and Eluard's gonna have an Ice Shard on round start.
I mean, you could top deck a Nopify. We have seen Nopify in this deck already.
He could top deck Nopify. Ranger's Resolve has to come out now. He could play another Shadow Assassin now. Which, unfortunately for him, dies to this Ice Shard.
My life for the Order.
It gets him closer to a Nopify. How does AJ win? He draws a Nopify.
How does he win? Well, it starts with Nopify. Wait, he just gives up? He had lethal.
He only had lethal if Nopify.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, maybe he's not on a Nopify.
We saw Nopify in this deck already, no?
So many people have been playing Rally Elusives. I'm not sure.
I could have. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't
I
know.
think that's the end of the set, right?
Yeah, no, that's the end of the set. Okay. So who we got?
All right,
in
so we have
finals?
Eluard in the finals. Waiting on the end of win.
No, we got.
Actually.
Yeah, no. Easy to win has been waiting for him actually.
I had Easy to Win added. I think he unfriended me. Oh, there he is. All right, so it's Eluard against Easy to Win.
Yes, sir. That's our finals.
Who won last week? Do you remember? Oh, Nunu, Dudu to Nunu.
Yes.
Um,
but it was Easy
won
to
last
Win
week.
second though. So
Yeah,
Easy to
so-
Win is coming back.
Trying,
He's come back to claim the throne.
indeed. Speaking of claiming things, I need to send you money.
Appreciate
I always forget until like too late.
Oh, this dude over here is playing LeBlanc. Yo, bro, kudos. I cannot play no LeBlanc in League, bro. For sure, I cannot.
Yeah, Easy to Win. You're there. You're in the finals. It's your time to shine, man. Make sure you close the stream, obviously.
He said, "Oh, it's already my time." Yeah, it's your time, buddy. We waiting. Where the show at? Yo, Hadoe, how you feeling about today? I think we've seen some amazing matches, yo. We've seen some titans clash, bro. I've been enjoying these matches.
And all the games have been so close, right? So close. And when you have a bunch of like really high level top players, that's what you get. Because they're at the end of the day, they're playing for money and they're trying to win. They're trying to play their bet. And they're very talented. So it's just this very kind of gripping, games because they're all going right down to the wire.
Yeah. No. It's definitely been a crazy tournament this time, especially because we let the floodgates open, fam. 40 people tonight, guys, just for you.
Yeah, we did let them all play. We are sacrificing our sleep, our well-being, our health, to let a few extra people play today.
Yes,
just because we're feeling a little spicy, so we let a few extra people in. With that being said, though, easy to win. I have him added, so I will spectate easy.
And I have Ella work.
All right.
So we ready. I'm hyped. I'm hyped to see this, bro. I mean, we literally said this earlier, right? It was going to be like GP Sedge basically showed up in so many lineups today, right? And we basically said that's probably like the sleeper deck, but I guess it's no longer a sleeper, right? Everyone knows that that's like the best deck of the format.
Yeah. Yeah. So, Plunder. GP Sedge. So strong.
Mm-hmm.
Frozen Thralls, I think, have showed up in a big way. They've had a very high representation.
Definitely, too.
And Zed Poppy. I think these are probably the 3 most popular decks.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I could. I'm not going to, but I guess I could check the spreadsheet. I'll put it in the chat. But here's the spreadsheet for all the decks for the day. I'm assuming that you'll find that the highest play rates, Plunder, Zed Poppy, and Thralls. We've seen a fair share of Shellfolk deck, so we might see a good chunk of them too.
I think fourth is probably tied for Shellfolk and Draven Scion. That's what I would think. All right, we getting into this finals. I'm hyped, bro.
Me too.
All right, so first we got Scouts.
Oh, I'm muted.
Versus some Thralls.
All right, I'm back. Sorry, I had to be muted for a second.
Oh, okay. No, you're good.
It's because I was sending you money, and my mute button is my numpad 5 button. So, yeah. You should be able to hear me now, Walter Pyres. All right. Scouts versus Lissandra Talia. I'm thinking that Scouts are probably favored here. In the same way that they used to be favored against TLC, right? Mm-hmm. Decks that can attack multiple times in one turn generally find themselves decent into Freljord.
I mean, I think Lissandra's pretty good into Scouts though, because he can at least block some of the fire from his fortune and not take any damage. So that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And being able to drop her on 3 is a huge boon to Eluard. Has to make him feel like he's doing quite a bit better than he otherwise could be. And the 3-2, perhaps the best hit possible for easy to win. The most stats for the cheapest price. He's now putting his Island Ranger in Avalanche range.
You think Eluard kind of sees this and knows that he has the Ranger resolve, but I think he has to rip it here, no? He has to, I think he has to. This is so much damage coming in next turn.
If Edward doesn't rip it, it's simply because he's a lot better than me. Because I'd be like, my mouth watering over this avalanche. I think you do have to rip it. I think if he's playing around Ranger's Resolve, it's intelligent, especially because we can see the hand. But it's not something that I would be patient. He takes an Entomb. You know, this Entomb, I think it's pretty solid.
Yeah, I think this Entomb is pretty solid too.
It prevents Misfortune from leveling up next turn, which she absolutely would have.
Yep, definitely. I think that's a pretty good Entomb. Just like we were saying, he saw the read on Easy to Win to show that he had Ranger's Resolve, so he was able to play around it.
Yep, he got value, right? If you get value on every turn, you're probably going to win more games than lose. If you're not getting value on every turn, that could be a way that you just find yourself losing, and you might not really know why, but it's like you're missing priorities, you're missing actions, and not gaining any ground. We still have this play around here of the Ranger's Resolve. He's not committing the out, and he's healing back up this Lissandra, which is very valuable considering the tough keyword.
I think healing this Lissandra is pretty good here. Now how do we just take the most reasonable blocks here, right? We're just trying to take limited amount of damage.
I think you kill the 2-2 and the 2-1, and that's what Edward does decide to do. This makes it so
he's still playing around Ranger's Resolve, right?
Yeah, and you keep all your units alive the best way that you can.
I must reach the king.
Because I mean, he pretty much dies on this hill now, right? He has to play, like, he knows the Ranger's Resolve is there, so he has to play around it.
Brilliant.
Yep.
You cannot fight the code.
So now, yep, there we go. Ooh.
Shatter.
If he blocks the 2-4 with Lissandra, he's now committing to not Rangers or playing around Ranger's Resolve. By blocking the Tavern Keeper to the 2-4, the Avalanche is going to kill both the Precious Pet and that Scout. So blocking the Island Navigator is decent. MF comes back. Easy to win. Thank you for follow. 10 minutes ago. Not doing the stream. Just 10 minutes ago.
So, Misfortune is back. But we were able to clear some of the threats. So that is a big deal. But we do see a really big threat in the eyes of Citria in the hand of Easy to Win. That's a really big threat. So how is Elward gonna be able to deal with that? That's what we're trying to figure out.
Yeah, he doesn't have much in the way of fearsome blockers, but he also doesn't have much in the way of preventing Misfortune from leveling. Right now we're seeing a Golden Aegis on the Scout unit, which is going to allow the Scout to attack, or Scout and then use that attack token, which means Misfortune will level up as early as next turn. When that happens, there'll be 3 damage heading to the Nexus of Eluard. Without 4 mana up, Easy to Win was probably feeling pretty comfortable developing Fleet Feather Tracker, just trying to go wide. By going wide, it is going to enable him to push just a little bit more damage, and even just 2 more damage will be sufficient, assuming Misfortune is going to be able to level up.
Oh, it's just GG.
Yep. It is.
That Fleet Feather tracker.
Yep. This should be it. And there we go. So
Wow.
Eduard taking game 1 of our finals with Thralls. Thralls have been really thick. Or not with Thralls, with Scouts, sorry. Easy to win takes game 1.
Yeah, easy to win takes game 1.
I got confused, chat. Yeah, so Eduard taps out there. Scouts defeating Thralls. Thralls were talking about the play rate, but unfortunately not able to win it there. So he traded a bad matchup for a favorable matchup. Thralls are favorable into GP Sejuani. However, as we saw earlier, the games can be quite close.
Yeah. I think it's a good matchup if you can turbo the Thralls out, right? Because that's pretty much what this deck is, turbo Thralls. So if the deck does what it's supposed to do and doesn't stumble on itself, then you're good to go. But if you're not able to turbo out the Thralls on turn 5 or even 6, then this deck is pretty much not gonna be able to get there. That's the issue.
Before Dudu Denunu won last week, who won before that? Was it Cephalopod?
Yes, it was Cephalopod.
Okay. Because Alan W15 said, imagine if Eduard win, then we should actually change the tourney name to Brazilian Shot Weekly. And then I was like, wait, both he and Easy to Win are Brazilian, so there's gonna be a Brazilian winner. And I was like, have we only had Brazilian winners?
No,
Cephalopod.
Cephalopod came in. He came in and saved us. He represented for NA at least once. All right, I mean for USA at least once. All right.
I'd say NA. Brazil's in SA. That's South America.
Yeah, that's South America.
Yeah.
I mean, I include them in NA because they're on our server, so they're a part of us at this point.
Yeah.
We are
America's server.
We are
on
one.
NA.
We are
We're
one
America.
at this point.
That is true. Anyway, back to the game. We see Plunder just kind of
Holy
cosplaying as an aggro deck.
Crap! We missed so much just now. LOR is literally at 13.
He might be at 13, but he does have an 8/8 hitting the board next turn, and he has Avalanche in hand. So how bad is it?
I mean, Easy to Win also has an Avalanche in hand.
Yes, my 8 is terrified of an Avalanche. A nice open attack here. It's gonna end up dealing 3 damage.
Yeah.
We're starting to see this kind of stall out a little bit. Worth noting that if Easy to Win plays an Avalanche, his units die. Never mind. I was just saying he could then block the, but that doesn't work.
Nah, his units just die.
Yeah. So he predicted there. Let's see what he takes.
I would guess that he took the doubler. Yep, he took Promising Futures.
I think I'd like to see. This is awkward, right?
This is
I
super
think
awkward.
because Eduard is not allowed to play around the fact that Easy to Win has an Avalanche.
Nah, there's just no way he can know.
But he is. Why is he so good? So perhaps this is just to enable his own Avalanche. But it also plays around the Avalanche of.
Oh my god.
There are 2 Avalanches.
Oh my god.
Why does our Plunder player have 2 Avalanches? And why is this open attack lethal? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Minus 2 plus 1.
Yeah, this open attack is lethal. Because when he has Make It Rain.
Alright, so we got a Frostbite in.
That's
This puts him down to 2. Technically not dead. This is technically not dead.
I think you have to take this avalanche. You have to. You don't have a choice here.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the way you're not dead to
So basically, we're playing to get tough Nexus here. If we get tough Nexus here, we have a chance, right? I like that emote. That's this. That was my face. That was
Poppy is a good emote.
that was exactly my face when I saw him take your avalanche. Oh.
So he plays. Oh,
Wait, no. No,
you
you
can double it.
Yes, you can double it, play Lissandra, and pop it this turn. Oh my god, he is lethal!
The crazy thing is, though, is that he doesn't have caster vision. He doesn't know that there's not like double parlay.
I mean,
I think he has to go for it, right?
yeah, he has
There's
to
no
go
way to
for
win.
it. There's no way to win. He has to go for it.
And because he has to go for it, he's gonna win. Because now he can pop it.
Yo, these emotes are so good.
He can pop it.
Nice to meet you. I'm Isla.
Okay, no, we go for it. We go for it. And then
Say your farewell.
That's just it.
wow, he
Oh my
got
God.
there. He freaking got there.
Oh man, he did just barely.
Wow.
Actually incredible.
He's alive. Okay, we got a finals on our hands. Going into game 3. Let's go. Alright.
Alan says he doesn't even need the Sandra there, right? He would need the Sandra if there was a warning shot or another make it ring
Yeah.
in the hand
or
of...
double parlay. Any 2 pings there, he would have died. So I think it was safer to play Lissandra there, but I mean like
Yeah. Although he might have known that the last... Is there only 1 card? Oh no, there were 3. So if that Monster Harpoon was a warning shot or a second make it rain, Lissandra would be better.
yeah.
What could make it worse?
Warning shot, Monster Harpoon.
A Sejuani.
Oh yeah, true.
Then it's no longer lethal.
True.
Yeah, I mean, he just went for it, right? 1-1. Man, but we have the Titan of the format in Plunder. For easy to win.
Yeah.
Against, we're not sure what Eduard brought, or at least I'm not sure what his final deck is. But it's going to come down to, can it beat Plunder? And if it can beat Plunder, then we're going to see Eduard win. And if it can't beat Plunder, well, we'll see easy to win.
Trying to see. Wait, I think Eloark won. Wait, did we miss a game?
Or was I wrong? Did Eduard win game 1?
No, bro, I think we missed the game.
There's no way we missed the game. No.
Wait, hold on.
Is there still in French challenge?
Yeah, they're still in French challenge.
Oh, I'm expecting it. Yeah. It's just taking a while to start. Maybe one of them is using the restroom or something.
Oh, okay. I thought I was wilding. I'm like, yo, did we miss a game? Yo, this finals is crazy.
This whole night has been crazy. Every game has been coming down straight to the wire. We've seen like, what, 1 convincing.
Yeah. Literally.
Eduard says, I think he crashed. Let's give him a moment.
Sedge is why he used the burst into swing. Yeah. Nah, me and Doey just talked about it. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense for him to use the. It's better. Obviously, it's better to kill your opponents at burst speed, right?
Right. His game did crash. He's coming back.
Okay.
So obviously, just pick the decks. I think I've been here. I don't need to tell them that.
Yeah, no, I'm sure they know. I'm sure they know.
Man, I'm so glad I did not drink a monster when we started, because I'm not tired at all. If I drank a monster, I just would not get, and then I'd be miserable tomorrow. Be a
He said he thinks it's Plunder versus Poppy Lux. Okay.
Plunder versus Poppy Lux, man. Plunder versus Poppy Lux. And Brazil, it's 207. Hey, gotta, risk it for the biscuit. That's a stupid phrase. I'm never gonna say that again. But both players who've committed to staying up this late, they've earned some money, right? They've earned a few dollar bills.
I mean, yeah, both of them in first and second. Either one of them have won some money, so we just want to see these matches.
Yeah. Hopefully, they think it's worthwhile.
We want the content, all right?
Exactly. And again, for those of you who might be tuning in since I last said it, We the Peoples and I, this guy right there, and I host this tournament every single Tuesday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. If you're interested in participating, the best way to find us or find the link to register is on Twitter at We the Peoples or at xdoinut. If you follow us on Twitter, you can see the link as soon as we post it. Not only that, but maybe you're just interested in watching. Well, then you can hit that follow button on Twitch. If you're on my stream, click the button down there. And if you're on his stream, well, still click the button down there. It says follow, right? You'll get a little notification every time it goes.
Yes, sir. We try to put on the show for you guys. We try to give you guys the best LOR content here. Me and Doey trying to put on the show every Tuesday for the tournament and every Wednesday for the podcast. So guys, stay tuned. We're literally trying our best to, continue upgrading the streams, continue upgrading the content. It's only gonna get better from here, bro. Just ride the train with us. Trust me. It's only getting better from here. Yo, thank you for the follow, Gold Thief. What is going on?
All right. I'm not sure if I have the most up-to-date information here. Just try whispering.
Says something weird is happening. We can't start the match. Okay.
They're in friend challenge though.
Let me see.
I mean, worst case scenario, the game thinks we're in lobby playing. All right. Why don't you both log out? Here, I'm gonna mute myself to say something to you, Mr. We the Peoples. Worst case scenario, do we just want them to split like the first and second place prize?
Yeah.
All right, that sounds fair.
Yeah.
If we can't figure something else out. Cool. I'm hoping after they both read, I'll go. When it comes back, it failed the lobby. Let me go to manage. You want to suggest it to him? My plan? That way we're not here for like another hour trying to figure it out. Alright. Are you guys fine just splitting the first and like we add together the first place prize and just split it evenly between you two?
Yeah, that's what I was writing in the chat. We could just we could just split.
So it'd be what, 35 divided by 2 is
What is like
17 and a half?
17, yeah.
1750 US each. Co-champions, first time we have co-champions. I'm getting whispered on Discord now. Oh yeah, his game is kind of messed up.
Oh.
Give me a sec. I'll send him a message on Discord. Well,
Yeah, nah, it's fine. I don't mind splitting, as long as both people don't mind splitting. That's all I care about. 'Cause I want everybody to think it's fair. You know.
yeah, right.
Exactly. As long as everybody's willing to split
leaks. Leaks, not Pog. Oops. I'm bad streamer. Unleaked. All right, no one saw that. No one saw the Discord DM. Man, I have 3 monitors. Hosting this tournament makes me think I need a. There's so much
Really?
going on, like, all the time. Like, I'm pretty good, like, at multitasking and managing. So hard, like, watch Twitch chat, spectate the game, have Discord open so we can get the cameras, and, like, moderate the thing.
Oh yeah, no. There's definitely a lot going on, for sure.
Alright, they're both gonna try talking to each other.
Okay. I guess Elwood can just let us know. If you guys want to split it, just actually, is he in the Discord? Let me see. Let me check it out.
I got DM'd on Discord.
Okay.
By Edward, or by Easy to Win. Alright, they're trying to relog one last time. I get it. Not only are they playing for money, playing for a little bit of pride. Edward says he's fine with splitting. I just want confirmation from Easy to Win that he's fine with splitting. I think it's as fair as we could be.
Let's see. Okay. Easy to Win said no problem.
All right, cool. So there we have it. Is our third place match on? Who's in third?
Yeah. Let me check it out.
Uh,
That should have been done by now, right? Oh no, it's AJ versus Alpha. Let me see.
I don't see. Oh, AJ's online, so I'm gonna spectate AJ. Yep, they're in game. So we're bringing you the third place match. Unfortunately, our finals, technical difficulties, but third place match is a go. It looks like we're probably in the middle of game 2, not game 3. We have Akshan Sivir versus Bandletree, and the Bandletree is at 7 out of 10, but there is a very imposing AJ as well as a rally in the hand. It's like now is his time to strike, and I think AJ knows it.
Go get the shiny dove.
Yes, Mama is the beast, Mama.
A little further. Bingo.
I wonder if it would have ended up being better to go for an Absolver instead of the Sandstone Charger. We'll find out. With that stun, it becomes clear it would indeed be better to have gone with the Sandstone Charger instead of... I'm sorry, it would have been better to go with the Absolver instead of Sandstone Charger. But, I mean, it's not bad. The board AJ is really imposing. And he's getting another keyword. Pretty solid stuff. As long as he doesn't lose, like, on the next turn, he should be fine. And there's a mare, and the Bandle Tree will make one, and he can draw some cards. So depending on what he's hit from the Bandle Tree, he might be able to get it.
Ooh, that bow shield is pretty good.
With the card draw. So he hit a Noxus unit? Is that correct?
No, that's an Ion unit. No, it's the Demacia unit.
Okay, oh, that's right. The Demacia unit.
Silverwing Diver.
So what is he missing? He's missing Bilgewater and Ionia?
Yep, and Ionia. Wait, oh, he can get that off the Bandle Commando.
He could get the Ionia from the Commando, so he's really only missing Bilgewater.
Mm-hmm.
And he could invoke...
I should make a speech.
What could he
Where's
get
my speech?
from Bilgewater?
He could get the
Know where the trouble is.
the 7-mana attune that when you attack you get the 4/2, but he didn't see it there.
Yeah, and unfortunately, he won't have the mana to play it now. Anyway, so right now, if Elfo survives next turn, he just wins. So he doesn't need to be attacking at all, not even with the elusives, because he knows Sharp Sight is a potential, death knell. As long as...
Wait, didn't he have to do that on Sivir?
You have to do what? Wait, did he just...
The Buster Shot. No, yeah, he's dead.
Alright,
Yeah,
he's dead. I think he was dead either way, right?
Yeah, I want to say yes.
I'm like 99% sure. Let's see. Oh yeah.
No, he's
Yeah.
dead.
Oh, then he could have mini morphed, and then he probably wouldn't have been dead. Yeah. But the Sivir, the spell shield, playing around everything, really hard to do. So I think that might be it. Yeah, I think he was dead anyway. I think that might be it. No, AJ's still in game, so maybe we're going on to game 3. Of course we're going on to game 3. We've been going on to game 3 and like everything.
All these games have been like super close. Like honestly.
Oh no, never mind. They're out of.
Was that the last? Was that the last one?
So that is likely the last one. So I think AJ came in second. Is that correct?
Let me check right now. No. Well, technically.
Or third. Sorry, third.
Yeah, he came in third.
All right, so we have Eduard and Easy to Win tied for first place due to bugs. Thank you, right? And it happens. But AJ coming in third. So our first place finishers agreed to split the prize, right? So
Yeah.
thank you to them for being understanding that we can't fix everything, even though we try our best. And good job to Eduard. Good job to Easy to Win. Good job to AJ for coming in the top 3. With that being said, I'm going to give a host out to Max Got the Track. Max is like one of the more wholesome people in the community. He's constantly thinking about what he can do to make the community a better place by growing the scene, right? He's a huge advocate for like telling people to go play Legends of Runeterra. And you'll constantly see him on Twitter whenever people are complaining about the popularity of Legends of Runeterra. He's just like, just tell your friends. So I'm gonna give him the raid and the host. If you would let him know that Donut and the Mystic Shot tournament say hello, that'd be great. So Max got the tracks.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna raid you, and then you raid him.
Oh, make it a huge raid. Let's go. We got this. Hey, thank you. Also, one last suggestion. If you have not followed the stream, go ahead and hit that follow button. We do this every single Tuesday, all right? We do it every Tuesday. The tournament on Tuesdays. We have the Mystic Shot podcast